What is up, everyone? Hello, CursedLive without the E, as always. We're back with not for broadcast, and we should be actually live. Is this live? You see what I did there? Okay, it's an audio check. Say something. It's an audio check. Audio check successfully completed. Alright, yeah, I kind of want to finish this game, so I'm just gonna do that now. And yeah, let's just jump right into it. Okay, put me on bottom left corner. Thank you. Okay, current wealth, crippling debt. We're still doing pretty good. Day 242, crippling debt. Who would have liked anything better? Anyways. It's a lazy Sunday afternoon in summer. Well, that's currently exactly the opposite. It's a busy Monday morning in winter, but hey. With you and Sam making the most of both kids being out of the house. Okay. You head into the pantry, taking a moment to remember when it used to be your mother's room, before coming out with the last 2 slices of homemade cake. It's rare for you and Sam to actually get to finish sweet things in this house, and you savor every mouthful. Just as you take your last bite, you hear the sound of the front door slamming. That'll be Charlie back from the Go-Getters. I still don't know what the Go-Getters are. Okay, you can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear to find us. I have some really big news! You and Sam play along, sitting attentively with bated breath. Baited. Ready? With a flourish, he reveals a new badge from his pocket and proudly presents it to you both to examine, and he announces, "As for today, I am a member of the first tier of Cohesion Gadgets. There's way more stuff I'm going to be doing, and I'll be working some weekends, but it's really cool." Sam congratulates Charlie as you can't help but frown. This seems a big step up for teenagers. Cool. That was totally worth the detour of day 242. What was this day about? I thought there was like meaningful storyline, like, okay, cool. What is happening? What is happening in the left screen? I'm a bit loud. Just say so. There we go. Okay. I literally changed it by nearly nothing. Okay. Okay. Shopping. Oh, dude, what is going on with the music? Yes. Yeah. Okay, shopping, something that always seemed so tedious before. The sanction has become even more of a chore now. You managed to get almost everything you needed for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car parked, though it's hard to make out why in the dark. Hopefully whatever's causing it won't be long. That's what she said. Okay, as the final car in the front of your drives off, you realize the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. A friendly looking man in advanced uniform, CCO, emblazoned in a number of places on it. What? In a number of places on it. Okay, approach your car and knocks on the driver's side window. Okay, roll it down. Good evening, sir. Nothing to worry about. I was just wondering if I could see your team membership card, please. Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary? I'm sorry, I don't have one. Ah, that's not a problem. We've got forms with us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up. The man gestures to his colleagues behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. Well, I thought these cards weren't required. Well, strictly speaking, they're not, but there's also loads of benefits to having them and no reason not to get one. His smile fades a bit, and then he puts a hand up to scratch his back off his neck for a moment. He leans over you. His presence now seems a little intimidating. Okay. I don't even know what this membership is. Yeah, that's what she said, yeah. I don't know. I don't want it. What's the benefit? Almost instantly, the friendly demeanor is gone, and his expression is one of stern disapproval. Well, obviously I can't make you sign up. but I would strongly recommend you do, and soon. We wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide, would we? He takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You're sure you see him writing something down in your rear view mirror as you head home somewhat more hurriedly than before. What up, by the way, Clumpy? Clear Advance are very keen on everyone joining the team. Clearly Advance. An invitation worth ignoring? I am doing just fine. Just fine. What was this gesture? Coming totally with an extreme gesture. It's a Saturday, one of your few days off, and you've made the most of it. But as the last afternoon draws on, but as late afternoon, what? I can't read today morning. I can't read in this morning. Okay, focus. We gotta recalibrate our strengths from the universe into the head. There we go. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned to the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event. Boseman was very quick to tell you. Don't dare be late. Yeah, we're going. Nah, we're going. Last time we were with our wife. Extreme gesture. Extreme gesture simulator. Best start getting ready. Extreme gesture simulator. You wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink too might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? Right? Alright? Yeah, but there's kind of much wanted from me, but hey. A national news night. You arrive on time, barely at the Sovereign, one of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting and you can't help but notice just how very opulent what are these words? Come on. You expect me? Possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. You submit to being patted down and with a high sigh of relief are let into the hotel. Once inside, you are directed to the Grand Ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place, an amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. She curtly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside you. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the greatest double doors you've ever seen in your life, gesturing for you to enter. You know what? I'm just reading with my mistakes. I'm just embracing them. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ball. I bought Battlefront 2, so that's what I've been playing pretty hard. Battlefront 2? Star Wars Battlefront, right? That's Star Wars game, right? Yeah, Star Wars Battlefront, that's the second. Yeah. I played it. Oh, was it the original or was it 2 I played? I might actually check. Let me check. I can totally check what Star Wars Battlefront I've got. But I guess it's 1, possibly. Possibly it's 1. Possibly it's 2. Okay, while that loads, let's just pause for a second and take it all in. You feel a slight tap on your arm and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table away at the central floor area, half under a set of stairs. Your view of the stage is, at best, partially blocked. Boseman's definitely not happy with you at the moment. You're set with some colleagues you've heard of around the Channel 1 offices before but haven't met. For the most part, they're considered slackers at best and about to be fired at worst. Which category do you fit in? Okay, which category do you fit in? Okay, now I can sort, okay. Okay, where is it? Is it under B? It is not under B. Okay, so it's probably under S then, right? Oh, you can search. But the search doesn't go for your... No, I have Battlefront 2, yeah, in library. Yeah. But under what is it even? Under S or is it under B? Because I couldn't see it on S. Yeah, it's over here. I've got the Celebration Edition. I played it for 7.5 hours. Firing my laser. Yeah, I kind of remember it being good, but back then I had my old PC, right, and then it was kind of running shit, so... Well, what was kind of shit? I guess I had like 30 FPS or something. I felt like a console-y peasant. Just kidding. Well, it was but there was 0.1% lows, right, where you notice when it lags, right, these were really low, like, I don't know, 15 or something. As the evening goes on, you hear Jeremy Donaldson receiving an award for outstanding contributions to journalism. You also hear Megan Wolf accepting it on his behalf, as he hasn't turned up for the event. Why didn't he turn up? Not unusual apparently, okay, but it's hard for you to tell much from your limited view under the stairs. You also notice a community cohesion office hovering near your table. They seem as bored as you here. A few glasses off, no doubt very expensive, wine later, you see Boseman speaking to a few specific tables joined by what looks like Prime Minister Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. This is confirmed by an unimpressed nod from the CCO when you ask them, perhaps a little too loudly. The present sparks a debate between those at your table about the virtues of both advance and disrupt. You stay out of politics, you've probably had too much to drink. Good job. Story mode. Yeah, I never played story mode completely, I think, right? I was mainly playing it with friends. I don't even know why we started. Like, it was it's a fun game. I just haven't downloaded it right now, so... But maybe that's a good idea, right? Like, if you want to play together, you know? You end up talking and staying later than you thought you would, despite yourself. Sam isn't best pleased, there we go. When you keep them waiting outside for 20 minutes, but it was an entirely terrible evening in the end. You'd still rather have been at home though. Maybe we'll skip the next one. Yeah, come on. Kinda moody, huh? Can I go back to work now? Oh yeah, I can. I can. That is very good. Day 296. The heat wave. Heat wave? Okay. That sounds like an explosion. Okay. How do I control this thing? Yeah, that was right.
Here.
Okay, we're working on it.
Okay, there we go. Let's turn it on.
Who's down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but
oh, cool. We got number C now as well. VCR. VCR is back here again.
What the fuck his name is, do I?
I just wanted a fun game where I can destroy real players. Destroyed. Also making my way through other worlds. Just got out of Edgewater. Outer Worlds. Oh, there we go. Yeah. How'd you enjoy so far? Well, I mean, you kind of spoiled you with the rest of the story and kind of played along. But, yeah, Outer Worlds.
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line.
Must be played.
Hey, guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good
Then,
enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good
Okay,
evening.
that's
I'm
okay.
Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive
What's the difference
sanctions
between these two
now
pictures?
entering their 10th week. In a statement
No.
from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognize their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short
These are
of
all
an
in,
act
okay.
of war.
We're ready here.
We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely.
You convinced Reed to leave. What? I had to kill Reed. You convinced Reed to leave. How did you do that? Yeah, him and Adelaide were both kind of annoying. Yeah, it was a choice between two terrible people,
And
basically.
we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenseless. Thank you.
Popping the question, sickly striker Johnny Handsleeves has finally asked his long-term partner to marry him. With his girlfriend Tiffany Lamore standing by him during his long illness, it seems Johnny may have finally turned a corner. Now, as this candid photo shows, it seems he's well enough to propose to her from his sickbed. According to a source close to the couple, Tiffany was delighted that her poorly partner wanted to become her happy hubby. In a joint statement, the couple said they hope to
What is
break
this?
the record for celebrity
Why are the pictures
marriages,
all the same
which
all of a
currently
sudden?
stands at 12 days. In it to win it.
Where did you go next after Edgewater though, right? You're free to choose where to go. Did you go to Crownbreaker? Did you go... Well, Byzantium doesn't make sense probably. I don't know.
Exciting
Probably
news
Crownbreaker,
from
huh?
Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked
They're
at
still the
random
same.
to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one.
How do I cool this?
Kiss me, Friday. The nation's favourite all-rounder, the humble Flard, has
Please?
risen to new heights today after a surprise announcement. The news that Flard fans all over the territory have been waiting for is finally In a statement met with universal delight, Remington's Fist unveiled the next chapter for their faithful family favourite, the Flard. Lawrence Blunderclatch and Helena Canterbury Boatshoe, rumoured to be mortal enemies.
Okay, that's cooling down.
also
Okay, so that's
reunite to
working.
celebrate their one
Okay,
mutual love
cool.
in Die Flard, the movie.
Okay, you stop playing. Yeah, I stopped playing after, but my save is outside of Groundbreaker. Ah, okay, Breaker. Yeah.
Self-confessed Flardy, Sophia Remington, said, "It's only right that the real hero of our age takes centre stage in this no-holds-flard action thriller. Fungi or fun die? As their supplies dwindle, the scientists
I'm a
of
fun guy.
Jojo's
Yeah,
Tale
I'm a fun guy.
have had to supplement their food stores with more unconventional cuisine. After funding was pulled due to public outrage,
What
all
are these
attempts to rescue
pictures?
the researchers have now been abandoned. But David and Ingrid's joint team are not going down without a fight and have begun to experiment with the available food sources. Without sufficient time to test the long-term effects of eating the newly discovered flora, the scientists resorted to deciding which to eat based on their favourite colour. FX7B3 has become the staple of their subterranean diet, and reportedly...
Did they just eat the
despite
fucking
its
mushroom
appetizing
because it
aroma,
looked cool?
tastes like
Fucking
your dad's
idiots.
old feet.
What are these kind of
Life during
scientists?
wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as
You had to lie to read about Adelaide grinding up bodies. That's the trick. Okay. Well, I didn't even know there was a good end you could achieve there, but then you can probably achieve a good end on Stellar Bay as well. So
radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos.
I got the
in
bad
Parliament
end
Park
everywhere,
last night.
except the end. That
Scuffles
turned out
broke
good.
out after the protest, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt and what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical
Okay.
conditions, as well as
Okay, we gotta
one of the
switch to 4.
contenders in this year's
Coming up.
Feline Football Championship and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
What's happening? Oh, frequency. Shit, dude, I lost one viewer. Oh my god, why are they so aggressive with the rating? Oh my god, the students as well? Kidding me.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here
Dude,
with Dr.
stop.
Anne Burns of the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful.
What's happening in one? Okay, I'm gonna look at it later.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study
Dude.
just what's causing this unbelievable heat. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can
Okay,
say without
frequency
any
is
hesitation,
again
there's really no
in
cause for any
intact.
concern here.
Frequency is
I've
intact.
actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer.
Oh, my telephone is
And
gone.
very soon
What is
we'll
this
be
even?
getting a high-tech
Oh, that's
readout
a
of
speaker
the
now. Cool.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
Okay.
I should just say, none of this.
Okay. That's why I like high speech. Yeah, I leveled speech as well, but I didn't. Yeah, well, it was kind of like 50, 60. Concept of this game, yeah, I like it as well. I kind of want to see where it ends though, right? So.
This is all thanks to
Burning, stop the burning. Stop turning off.
May I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go. And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Censored.
Right, but obviously you said
Frequency.
everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Okay. That's locked
We
in.
need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a
Cool.
celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit,
There you go.
shit,
Much
shit.
better. Can I just say...
Dude,
thank
can
you
she
again
stop
to
swearing?
Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is
It's
running
running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
There you are. Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just...
He will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with
Okay.
Burns. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there.
Perfect.
Attempting to do
Perfect
some
switch.
actual
Perfect
news.
switch.
Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
People were me.
Hello, free. No, I got red because of this shit, because it switched. Oh my god.
And
Stupid.
Amelia Jackhammer, an
Idiot.
aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julius Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling
Okay.
against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
Fan
You were
is out
both
again.
polishing turds.
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Ah, I pressed in the wrong direction. Come on.
How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary,
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose. Or would you like
Why is
to
this so
hear-
loud? Stop.
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like
My
the
God.
course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children. Oh, I have
You're
an
so loud.
unpublished
Stop,
book of
please.
sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear
This
about
could be a bit
Gary's
more
third
interesting right now,
collection.
but
Really? Thought you might do that.
Oh,
Are you alright?
yes, it's coming. Ah. It's inspiration and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Today on the show, there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here,
No.
this big one's
What
my
the fuck?
favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
oh, dude,
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
I don't want to see their poop,
If
dude.
it's the colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for
Yeah,
today.
that's all we have time.
Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which was recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say,
What? Why did you turn off? Hello? Check power? How do I check power? How do I check the power?
to be honest with you, tell that looking proud of cunt. Do you know what it's
It's on, it's on. Interference? Are you kidding me? Dude, I'm in the red. Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable.
laughing now, eh? Well, not me, that's for sure. So what happened?
Nah. Retry from checkpoint. Dude, I can't do this. I'm gonna get fired, dude, for this. The fan was on. It just totally didn't give a fuck, and it was just like, well, that's your problem now. Oh, please don't tell me we restart from all the way in the beginning. Why is the checkpoint so far back? Okay, but we couldn't. Yeah, we have to check the power first. There we go.
Substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
Dude, and now I'm gonna start from all the beginning.
Well, the world's on fire.
It's
That
so
good enough for
dumb.
you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
It's so dumb, okay.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to
What
this
is-
unprovoked escalation.
Yeah, the fan was even on and it didn't
Ever
care.
since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognize their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war. We call upon our international allies to condemn this.
Well, nothing happens here for 5 minutes,
and we warn
dude.
aggressors to this country
Except to
that
press
we are
2
neither
buttons.
meek nor defenseless. Thank you.
Popping the question. Sickly striker Johnny Handsleeves has finally asked his long-term partner to marry him. With his girlfriend Tiffany Lamore standing by him during
Well, we can
his
at
long
least look what the
illness,
optional
it
dialogue
seems
was
Johnny
here.
may have finally turned a corner. Now, as this candid photo shows, it seems he's well enough to propose to her from his sickbed. But judging by her expression, the reaction might not have been as positive as he'd hoped. Is this the face of a blushing bride-to-be or someone passing a kidney stone? Let's hope that ring wasn't too pricey. In it to win it. Exciting news from Advance today.
That's crazy
With
that you can choose if
announcement
the
of a new
marriage
monthly
works or not.
prize
That's
draw
crazy.
For all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more
What if
than
we choose a
money
different
used to
picture
be.
here?
Take up on the scheme has been much higher than expected.
That's
if
the same
this lucky
dialogue.
winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Kiss me, Flardy. The nation's favourite all-rounder, the humble Flard, has risen to new heights today after a surprise announcement. The news that Flard fans all over the territory have been waiting for.
Okay.
Is
What is the
finally
optional dialogue
in a
here?
statement met with universal delight, Remington's Fist unveiled the next chapter for that faithful family favourite, the Flard. Advance have come to a deal with the manufacturing giant, reportedly for a whopping 4 million units, and have been named the territory's official Flard supplier. Sophia Remington, seen here sealing the deal, marked the occasion by releasing 14
what is
Flards
the matter
into the
with
sky
that?
as a symbol of peace and prosperity.
Yeah, it's fine.
Or
You can
fun die.
turn
As their
on and
supplies
off.
dwindle, the scientists of Dante's Taint have
Dude.
had to supplement their food stores with
Yeah.
more unconventional cuisine. After funding was pulled,
I'm choosing a
from
different
public
flower now
outrage,
that they're
all
eating.
attempts to rescue the researchers have now been abandoned.
If I could skip this,
But
I would
David
skip
and
this
Ingrid's
totally.
joint team are not going down without a fight.
That's
and have begun to experiment with the
unfortunate
available food
that we have to
sources.
replay this part.
Trufflewonga socratica, known locally as Forsborgen Horgans weed, has become a
Wor-
key
wor-
part of the
Borgens.
scientist's diet, despite the lack of knowledge as to its long-term
We have the
effects.
things in.
Let's
Yeah.
hope they don't sprout any unwanted Forsborgen Horgan limbs. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protest, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance
Okay,
have yet to comment.
Jeremy, thank you
The
for that.
reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt? And what exactly do they want?
What do they
Other than
want?
a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with
Okay, there we
fascinating
go.
medical
Title sequence 4.
as well as
Pulling up.
one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Perfect. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 da. It's on, right? The fan turned itself off. Cool. Huge. There we go.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this
Great
unprecedented
nation of ours.
hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the
There we go.
weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna.
Can this fan please stay on?
Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's
Oh my god, I
absolutely
lost
no
ratings
worry
instantly
about
because
they
it was
can
1
enjoy their
millisecond
sunstroke and
delayed.
fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here.
Okay.
I've
Well,
actually left my
there
car
goes my
running.
A+ rating. But it's not like it would have already been gone.
Ah, well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
Ah, I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go. And, as expected.
There we go, and now they have
everything
their
is
printout. They will say,
absolutely
oh my god, this doesn't
fucked.
look good.
Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so, you know.
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says.
We need to evolve
shit,
skills.
shit, shit.
Look at you! This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit,
There
shit,
you go.
shit,
Much
shit.
better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this?
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running
It's
out.
running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
There you are. Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just.
Don't forget about that pesky power button on the fan.
He will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy.
There you have it, Jeremy.
If
Proof.
we need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan.
I hate this fan over there, by the way.
Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attending
Hello?
to some actual news.
Dude, I get
Yes,
red
as
for
I
that
Robin
because I was
Shaw,
staying on
who's
for
in
too long.
Scritchford with some of the
Disagreement
winners
in
of
the gaming
this week's
community.
Team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow,
Dude,
that sounds so
And it's
convenient.
automatic going
But
backstage to
I'm dying
there.
to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won.
It just
Dinner with
goes into
Julia
red and
Salisbury
kills my
at
ratings. I
Capital
can't even do
Top
anything about that.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter
That's
Clement's house
bullshit.
to help him dredge the
Disagreement
gutter
in the gaming community.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish
Okay.
turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary,
Do you think Peter Clement's
Stop.
the contents of his downpipe?
What? It burned again. Okay. It's live, it's live, it's live, it's live.
I like a flutter, of course.
Dude, I'm still... Okay, you can't
Boss said
escape
that's
this
fine.
killing ratings.
Coming into school.
That's bullshit.
Cool. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of
Ah,
songs
that's
about
so
children.
bullshit,
Perhaps you'd
dude.
like to hear one.
No.
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather
You
hear
can't
about
escape
Gary's
it.
turd
It's
collection.
stupid, you can't escape
Thought
it.
you might say that.
I'm not restarting.
Are you alright?
This is mandatory force package.
It's inspiration.
And it goes for a red stage as well again. This is so bullshit. The whole game is trying to
Today on the show,
Scuck-
there's
scuck
no
me.
news.
Squawk
Just
me.
a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here,
No.
this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today.
How is climate change making it
Back
so
to
hot
you,
that...
Jeremy.
Oh my god.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which has recently voted the smelliest town in the country.
It's on,
And I
it's
have to
on,
say,
it's on. It's on! Please! The fan is on!
Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the sting?
Well, we're
My
just all
God.
very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that look at him, proud as
The
fuck.
fan! Turn on the shitty
You know
fan.
what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town. No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Those smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh?
Wait, what? Not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built flour factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does this stink not affect
What?
your life
Why?
in every way,
Turn it on.
Barry? I mean, perhaps
I'm not willing to let the power die.
Completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing.
It turns red again when it's going into the right direction. This is so bullshit. The gaming disagreement community thing.
Line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the few valves on the high street.
On the high street. Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next
Why? It's on! It's on! It's on! Stop! It's on!
Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon. He's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me.
It's so stupid.
I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you
I can't get viewers this way.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon. Oh man, what's the point?
And the ennui. All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
Nano Dotty? Was that you? Why
I'm not gaining viewers, I'm just... Okay, there we go, I gained one, but... It's... Oh my god, why is the fan off again? I hate this fan. Can we just purchase a better fan?
Don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right. That's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink.
It's on! It's on! I dare you! I dare you! The power is...
Around our coastline as we speak. When we come back, three members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away.
It doesn't even give a fuck if the fan is on, dude. Yeah, I'm censoring not my own speech.
We'll be back.
My god. How am I supposed to get A rank in this?
1 minute back.
I'm pressing A for the advert.
Suitable opinions for the evening news. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for subversive talk. It would be nice if you would try not to undermine the station tonight. People are starting to notice, you know.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still...
Bullshit disagreement gaming thing. It's E! I'm getting a segment grade E. What am I supposed to do? The fire... The thing goes 4 times off. 4 times into off mode.
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with the War Minister, or a report from Grantham Downs. Even the weather will be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot!
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just...
10 seconds! Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3...
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
I get...
What brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the election and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steve. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foible is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave.
What? It's on! It's on! It's on! Please! It's on!
sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that...
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard.
Don't forget about that pesky power button on the fan.
Answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society.
I lose a viewer instantly. It's on. The fan is on.
And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
How am I losing viewers?
Positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Huh. Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson. That's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
How am I losing viewers?
That he can't help it. And
For what?
if this isn't live
For what did I lose 2 viewers?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say.
Wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be
There's nothing I can put my camera. Okay, there we go. Number 4.
Penalty pause. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once. Enough!
Jesus Christ.
Enough!
Jesus, he pulls out the gun.
Alex, don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio.
Okay.
I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football. We are on the brinks of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen.
Okay, there we go. We're getting fused now.
The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these 3 fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You 3, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Right.
And he got the prize, huh? Yeah.
Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today's going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines. And when I say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
Alex, I know I've doubted your competence, but surely even you know better than to play that tape. We don't take orders from armed lunatics. Play a normal effort, or there will be consequences.
Oh, but now, we're going to show the other
I'm just gonna play it.
for a bit of
That's gonna be
fucking
fun.
balance, like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape.
Okay, I want to see what the tape is.
Any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start.
You're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right call.
Reset the system for the 3rd segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting here now.
We are Disrupt. We are the Resistance.
Grade B? Hell yeah, this time we're going.
You know Advance are lying to you. You know the elderly are not a burden. You know the rich were not all evil. And you know the team membership card is an ID card, no matter what they try to tell you. But why should you trust us? Another faceless organization. A shadowy figure with a distorted voice. You've seen it so many times in the movies. Well, this...
Why would I replay that?
Movie.
Who's that? Oh, that's him.
My name is Alan James.
Yeah, I
used
know
to try
who you
and
are.
shock people for a living. For entertainment.
But we need our ad
But
break
now we
here.
live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedoms. They are coming for the fruits of our labors. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns. But you don't have to accept it. A great many people already won't. You can resist.
And the
You
studio
can
doors are all still locked?
Yes. So what now?
I don't know. This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had a speech, look. But this was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off.
God, please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny?
You already lied.
Oh, but
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for what I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is, what's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. it's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what
Dude.
you're trying to say.
Christ,
Yeah.
you're fucking useless, aren't you?
yeah, there we go. That's it for you. Oh no,
Jenny?
that's censor.
I don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. Who'd want to do this? Jenny, why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
Actually, something interesting happened,
The
huh?
news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
Well, there is a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... He wasn't there.
God,
I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously, Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love
Fuck.
you, Jeremy.
Perfectly censored.
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything.
I'm not putting that
Not
out.
saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grentham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself.
I'm gonna get fired for this, but this is totally what the news need to see.
Consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards.
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop.
What is happening?
Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. We're nearly done. All cameras on me. This new regime of ours is so seductive. I
Okay.
understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves.
I'm not censoring anything.
That's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast in the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's all so fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried it.
I'm so sorry for you, Jeremy, but
I loved the news. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry.
Ads.
I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show
All
this.
of
Cut to the ads.
My name's Jeremy
Now!
Donaldson.
Do it now!
If you can. Somehow.
please don't show this though. This will maybe, I don't know if this is cool for stream.
Have a peaceful night.
Jeremy!
Okay, you couldn't see much. Okay, we're running at number C. Cool, this thing didn't overheat anymore. So that was interesting, I guess. New challenge unlocked. Trade sequence A+, there we go. And we got B in total. You've received your full wage, broke as poor. But my shares went up, hell yeah. Cool. So, what's in a pre-roll?
I'm I'm sweating like Peter Clement in an off-licence here.
Okay, we're working on it.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
So what did he say during the heatwave reports? This is actually now really interesting since it turned.
All this, and I'll be talking to some people with proud owner. That's up on the news. And after that, I'll be asking my own thumb what it thinks about the global financial situation, as well as what 3 members of the general public think about how a nuclear reactor might work.
Could you be a little more dismissive in your delivery? I think there's a viewer out there somewhere who missed it.
Viewers? We still have some of those, do we? Perhaps they're hoping to run into a fact.
Jeremy, get it together. Don't give Bozeman any more ammunition.
Oh, no, thank you.
Coming back from the titles, quiet in the studio.
I'd really best not.
Flips on the beach?
You're really not my type. Oh, go on then. But just the one. I am supposed to be working.
First, let's in shining on to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking.
Are you fucking kidding me? She's on a beach with a fucking cocktail with what looks suspiciously like actual news.
Would you rather she was here with you? Because that's been going so well recently.
No, I don't want that either. What I want is, well, never mind. Right now, I'd happily settle for a desk fan.
Bozeman will never approve it.
Do you know they have dinner together?
Who?
Bozeman and Megan, Bozeman's wife, who is lovely, apparently. Who would have thought it? Bozeman managed to persuade some poor, hapless victim to shackle themselves to his ego.
Your mic's still live. And I have met Bozeman's wife, and she is lovely, actually.
What do you mean you've met Bozeman's wife? How come you've met her? I don't even know she exists.
Because in the 8 years I've worked with you, I've never seen you attend a single workplace social event.
I hate them, they're agonising.
Yes. Imagine the horror of spending an evening with your colleagues.
I'd rather spend an evening with that fucking rapper.
Do you remember when you used to be fun?
Yes, it was about the last time we did the actual news, wasn't it? Before your lot turned into this shit.
I'm sorry. My lot?
Well, it's not my fault, is it? Why are you even here today? I mean, it's supposed to be your day off.
I am not talking to you.
Yeah, they're not talking about
Well,
this.
actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these worlds, I think. There we are.
We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit, shit, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit,
There you
shit,
go.
shit,
Much
shit.
better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running
It's
out.
running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
There you are.
Go!
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy.
I've actually been writing about the moment we'd finally meet Robin.
Back to you.
Megan Wolf there.
What happens over
Attempting to
here
do
now?
some actual news.
Well, off you go then. Shoo.
Why are you doing this?
You know, for a smart person, you're really thick. People want their flards more than they want their planet.
Is it true Sophia Remington pays for your tennis lessons?
If you'll excuse me, I have to go and work on my serve.
Cards to receive this week's
Oh no, wait.
and Amelia Jackhammer safe.
With some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here
There we
in
go.
Richford with Gary Failsafe.
Has anyone seen Jenny? Jenny! Jenny! Can I get a refill, please? I know you can hear me. Don't you walk away from me. Jenny!
He needs a refill. Can we get a refill, please? But you can't see that if he's sweating like shit, right? He seems pretty fine still. Yeah, he seems pretty fine, yeah.
Makeup! No, not that. Look, I know it's not your job, but can I get a refill, please? Look, I know it's not your job, and I don't want to come over entitled like a certain co-host of mine, but my throat is dry, and I have to be sat here until the inevitable clusterfuck of an interview that is this, Gary the Shit Collector, comes to an end. So, if you wouldn't mind, please. Well, go on then. Thank you.
I kind of feel for Jeremy Clarkson, but on the other side, it's like, well, you know. Is she coming back with water? How long does it take to get water in this place? I wonder what's gonna happen on that.
Time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are.
That was disgusting. Go. Just get out of here. Go.
Sorry, I might have got a bit carried away, all right.
No, not you. You. Yes, you. Get out of my face. Oh, jeez.
This one's called A Study in Corn.
Oh, yeah.
God, have you finally found...
The weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes.
Poor bastard.
My God, have you finally found someone in a worse situation than you?
I'm picking up that she might be somewhat annoyed with me.
For your information, Jeremy, me and my lot aren't the reason there's no real news left. I put plenty of ideas forward, but they always get squashed up the chain.
Fucking Bozeman.
No, not Bozeman, further up.
Oh, tell me more.
I shouldn't have even said that.
Well, Patrick, who's not looking presentable now, eh? Fucking arsehole.
What does he say to the makeup artist?
He hasn't even got a fucking tile.
Nothing. Okay. Okay, they're live in a second again. There we go. Right?
Out there. You noticed what's happening to him out there?
Yeah.
Just a stinking old tramp. Are we really going to let this continue? Why?
But you actually can distinguish the sentences on 2x. Okay.
Are we going to come back now? Three members of the general public who appear to be here.
1 minute back.
Okay, and they have them 1 minute.
That was stupid, even for you.
I don't care. It's done. I am done. It's 200 fucking degrees in here, and I can't do this anymore.
You say this every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still live.
Yeah, it isn't anymore. What did he say? What did he say? No, what did he say? Seriously though. I am interested.
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with the War Minister, or a report from Grentham Downs. Even the weather would be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot!
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just...
10 seconds! Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3...
That's it.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the Territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a
combination of booze, my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've
He's
been
really at the
surprised
edge of breaking
how much
right here.
support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Oh, come now, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What'd it be like to have a pair of tits?
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
A fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say.
Wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once.
Enough! That's enough!
What happened there? How did the woman get hit? By what did the woman get
Enough!
hit? Oh, he pulled back his arm and then...
You.
Unhand him at once.
There.
Enough!
There we go.
That's enough!
Oh, he got his gun.
What are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bonesman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio.
Jeremy, think about what
I am thinking about what I'm doing.
That was crazy, though.
Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Right then. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you...
Okay.
Alex, play the fucking tape. Now, I don't want to hurt any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start by killing this man. Now, reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
They were. He was right. They were. Okay, I kind of saw sequence 3 already. I do wonder what happened after that though, after he shot himself, right? But it was just no signal though, right?
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with the war minister.
Can we play the meltdown? Hello? Why did the boiling point play again? Yeah, that's Studio One. This is the wrong tape.
How long?
Jeremy, please.
How long?
He talks about all the stuff. Yeah, that ends. Okay. Yeah, continue. That was interesting. I don't know what's gonna happen now, though. I don't know what's gonna happen. We're probably not skipping forward too much. Yeah. That's just one day. You wake up, still still party in shock. Party rock anthem from what you saw on the news last night. What you had to edit on the news last night. When you come downstairs, you find your families in the living room, waiting for you. You take a seat next to Sam. Sam swallows, hesitating before starting. We were so worried about you last night. After Jeremy, with the gun, it was awful. On national television, how could he do that? And now, after a horrible pause, Sam finally asks, "Are you okay, honey?" I can't believe he's gone. We saw that Duke chose to play the tape, and I couldn't help but wonder why. Well, it seemed like the right thing to do, I don't know. Yeah, it seemed like the right... well, I didn't feel like I had a choice. That's not good enough. Disrupt are bad people. I can't believe you did that. Charlie's outburst seems to come out of nowhere. No one in the room is prepared for it. Do you even think about how this stuff affects people? You're a fucking idiot. Sam tries to interject Charlie. Charlie! But he's already slammed the door. Charlie always was a bit black and white about this sort of thing. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation and somehow you managed to make the right call. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. Oh, thank you, Sam. Surprising. Thanks for that, Sam. You take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's all a lot to take in. You're not sure you've fully processed what's happening last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. At all. You sigh and absently-minded turn on the TV. It's nice you've at least got some company. The TV is playing through some old western show, but it's not quite as distracting as you'd hope. You are never going to please anyone. Oh, we skip forward we skip forward not only a couple of days, but like 2 months of this death. Wow. A holiday update. It's a holiday. Oh, this is a year. I just realized it's a year. Just as you finish up breakfast, Sam comes in with the post. Oh, we got a postcard from Susie. I hope she's having fun on her trip. Oh, that's Susie. Yeah, she's on trip. So I've seen what feels like most of Kyrgyzstan. Really cool place, but so cold. Hope Chippy enjoyed the gift. And before you say anything, yes, you were right to make the pack extra pair of me to pack an extra pair of socks. She gives you a small pig on the table. Next we go to the train to... Why is the music so loud? Current wealth progress bar. Next we go to the train to Connie's Lava. Much warmer and loads of beaches to enjoy. How is this so loud? You can't even nearly hear me. Why is the audio all of a sudden so loud? But had to head to San Palmarino before it got too cold. And I'm so glad we did. We've probably got 1 or 2 more stops before heading off. Why is the music so loud? Sounds like it's been a hell of a trip, worth every penny. Thank you. What the hell? Oh, we're back in the studio? Everyone, we're back on the studio. The 20-week war. Oh, we're in war. Oh, what is this?
We're expecting deplorables from Disrupt to hack the signal tonight. Perhaps you could leave your personal beliefs at home and try not to let them ruin the broadcast. Even if you don't care for the government, I assume you understand you have a vested interest in us staying on the air.
Yeah, I think this time we actually might have to do something about that. Oh, no fan anymore. It's winter.
What does that mean? It means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general, really.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me, but...
Must be Blade. Then our ad.
There's a crew at Team HQ right now.
And then Siege Survival Kit, I guess.
They'll get on the late news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains.
So over here, nothing. And we have like funny emotes and stuff. With a soundboard. We have a soundboard. Okay. 23 seconds.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I miss him too, you know.
10 seconds, everybody.
Rumpled old sod.
Don't. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months
Just a bad
of this
picture,
war make
but
ever more
that's what I wanted
demands
to
on our
do.
armed
That's what I wanted to do.
those numbers will tragically only continue to rise. Don't starve. Advance's food programme moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. However, with a reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion
That's just a
of the
bad thing
service
for the
has been
government
met with
again.
relief by the
We're
news
anti-government.
organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community.
Why did they even start the war in the first place?
Dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable facing chronic pain, it can come as no surprise that the transition
is it so
centres
dark?
have found
It's
themselves
9.
stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight.
Oh.
While applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankleypool. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. A representative from the Mankleypool Community Cohesion Team described the event as mostly peaceful, but it looks like Disrupt aren't going quietly into the night. And finally,
Okay, so it's just a peaceful answer for them. That's good.
absent friends. Sad news today as the grave of former National Nightly News host Jeremy Donaldson is vandalised by radical Disrupt activists. The much-loved broadcaster suffered a very tragic public breakdown 10 weeks ago in an incident which ultimately cost him his life. A passionate and rebellious man, always willing to question authority, Jeremy was posthumously celebrated with a Team Service Award by Advance for his outstanding dedication to journalistic truth.
Oh, I didn't want this to
But first
happen.
this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st
So this was not the one I
punishment
wanted.
and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling
Okay.
unpredictable Prime Minister
Number
Peter
2,
Clement
going
in an
live in a
exclusive
second.
interview from his home in Lanfordshire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
So hard to turn the fucking.
Oh shit. They changed their intro as well. Hello? Why did I get a bad rating from that? This is unbelievable.
In part 2, I'm a little excited to announce.
Dude, I hate pressing 1 all the time accidentally. Okay.
And later, we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old man used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new you?
Well, you know, Mrs. C and I were watching, you know, the night the blockade began, when Jeremy Donaldson, well, you know, and it was blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember, and I were a bit wheezy from all the cigars and all that, and Mrs. C turns to me after, you know, after the signal.
I kind of want to see what happens. Do I want to see what happens if I go with that? Oh, you can adjust it in the pause screen.
And she was in floods of tears, and she says, "Peace."
No, I don't. I want to make it PG this time.
So I made a decision.
I don't want to get
Since
fired.
that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthdays. Weddings. State dinners. That's what I say. I got as useless running backwards doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas, and that should finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times. These are certainly not the best of times.
What happens if I go into this frequency?
There's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territory at the moment.
I kind of want to see what happens here.
You are not alone. And Advance are not the only team.
Together! Oh, yeah. Also...
I feel like that was shit. I feel like that was the shit.
It doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
No one tells me anything.
10 weeks ago, Jeremy Donaldson took control of the National Nightly Newsroom. He tried to warn us all about the now abandoned top-secret military lab at Grantham Downs. We may never know exactly what was being done there. Jeremy Donaldson made us and this is just one of the reasons he is considered Disrupt's first martyr.
I'm demanding plan that my doctor and personal trainer...
Who's your personal trainer?
Kidding me?
Is that on your card?
I thought you might wonder. Prime Minister...
I lose the ratings if I do that. No, then fuck me. I'm going here.
And the people of this country reeling from its effects. What plans do you have to get us out of this mess?
Well, that's a very blunt question, Miss
Surely
Wolf.
one for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revise plans and then meetings to discuss the implementation.
I don't know if this is what I do is right. I don't know.
Plans and yet more fucking plans.
Well, that's good. That's good to know, Prime
Do you
Minister.
know, I used to really like you, Pat. You were a breath of fresh air. But I've been watching you, and you know what? You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader, Julia Salisbury, is going to give a national address from team headquarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
I fear that I'm getting fired and then I can't do this broadcast anymore, so I gotta focus on this as well.
I imagine that there
Sorry,
will be
you
the
imagine?
usual... no, what I mean is...
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
Well, I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
Only cards. What else? A little piece of my life you want to rustle through? Get out. Refill my glass.
He's totally drunk again.
Ah, come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is.
Dude, if you censor
Do you think
too...
the C stands for...
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah.
If you censor too soon, they're like, fuck it. No.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song. I genuinely can't wait.
It's more decision than making hard things right now, right? So...
1 minute back, everybody. And that is what happens when you wander from the car.
I don't think he knew about her statement.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? Nah, you're like the daughter he never had. I suppose the higher-ups might fire him, though.
Who's Lil C?
Or if there's any justice, me.
Who's Lil C?
Are you winding me up?
What? I'm civilised. I read books.
Segment grade E. I relate to that. The first segment was kind of shit here, not the other. Okay. Soundboard will be activated then. Yeah, I'll accept E this time. But I... Yeah. It sucks though. It sucks, but I have to accept E here. E!
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? Is she any good?
Nah, of course not. She's dog shit. But kids go mad for her, absolutely mad.
Live in 10 seconds.
Hang on, Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What?
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the
Okay, so you can
age of
choose
just
before again.
20.
Right.
Let's give it up and welcome Lil C. May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
And my manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that, like, annoying little girl from that show to that, like, sexy little girl from that show.
Wow. That must have been bizarre.
Not really. It was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob.
Why is this news story so fucked again? Why are we playing so many games where one thing is so fucked? Either it's companies, news shows.
Told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
Uh-huh. So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean...
On air.
Did that change your life?
Well...
Alright,
Start wearing like nice underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as
is there anything we can do now
let's
interesting,
make the
or?
most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So, what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like
We lost our
great
free
I am.
green
Actually,
bonuses,
it's
dude.
about monetizing
Oh
music,
my
or
god.
about, like,
I think we're gonna
promoting
switch to her,
unrealistic
then we
standard of
didn't.
beauty or something.
Your manager again.
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this.
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay, I
mean,
need to look out further for this.
We're going to
but
see some of those
speaks.
famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one.
Oh yeah, I've actually released 2 albums since lunchtime and a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high street and retailer shops. And it's out now, so girly.
Dude, I have to focus. Why?
Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh. There she goes.
Dude, and she went away exactly in the second I switched.
All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes.
I hate
Cry
this.
into a bath of root veg.
I must focus on 2. I can't do this.
Thousands of girls who do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you know you don't have to do this, though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know.
Okay.
I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
I should have really played this on an easier difficulty.
Ever since I was a little girl, I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I press record on my cassette. But then my
This
dad
is
would
only
come in
normal, like hard and normal. I don't know how these 2 combine, but
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Craggler proud and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know
What
what?
happened?
It's actually all right. And don't worry.
you heard some noise, but I
all
don't know
my
where it came
work
from.
is team approved.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of...
This segment is shit again as well.
To hear this. Oh, so here is Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
It's the Force's favorite, the queen of teams, here to break in your blockades, Lil C.
Music segment.
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry?
Oh, is this a Britney Spears remix?
That's empty. I want that meat you're packing. Only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so
This is totally Britney Spears remix.
ain't no disruption here. Boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me. No dirty foreign member. Don't stop. me that ain't been filled yet.
How am I not? I'm totally on beat. Am I not?
I ain't no Vickers, but I come in Spanish on my border. Quick before I get much older,
Still on
tie
two.
me down and pour me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die at two. So what a Peter Clemens boys.
I don't even know. I still don't understand what you need to do.
I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
How is this on 2x and this not? I don't get it. I thought you had to do it in the rhythm.
She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no Vickers, but I come in Spanish on my border. Quick before I get much older, time me
This is so. I don't get this music segment on this.
soldier. An enemy soldier. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy and flip me over, grab my hair, rip off my clothes and dump them there? I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Now she's dancing in underwear. I hope she doesn't remove any more gloves. Dude, it was red for a second. That sucked. I don't get this music segment though. I don't get what you need to do. Is there like an how-to game? Audio? Is there like an option where you can see this? I don't know.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new
5 seconds break.
segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
I don't get what you have to do in these music segments. I am seriously confusion.
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective on me. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jean Short? Is he?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to stop needing it.
See, okay, I'll take it. See. Okay.
There were exactly 12, as it said in your rider.
Do I look like the sort of person who counts things? No, not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what, just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12. Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10 seconds. 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, go. Hello, I'm
Thanks
Megan
for
Wolf.
joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent, and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePlume now. How'd you like that?
Yeah.
I instantly fucked it up.
Fancy. I suppose you can name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well,
Oh,
exactly.
man.
I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
Dude, they're switching so fast.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff.
Ja, Foodcaster Chef.
You
Like
make
this.
hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Wow. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
Ba-ba-da-ba-bam.
Excellent, you're a natural. Keep it up.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven?
That's just unfair, by the way.
As the vicar in closing time.
Oh,
I missed the thing.
Ray, it's those young
Without the
louts.
laugh track.
They've vandalised my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
Ooh.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't
That-
ever
okay.
become productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven.
Why am I getting downvoted? Because I can't switch anywhere.
And I'm sure
This is so
in
stupid.
time, they will fit into this society like this key into this lock.
Oh.
See? Works like a charm.
It's was switched from yellow to yellow. And I get bad ratings for this. This is unfair.
We can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right.
I'm getting soon the 10 seconds are over. I can't switch anywhere. Everything is yellow. I can't switch anywhere. Yeah, I get negative ratings for that. Fuck this, dude.
My granddaughter, Brenda, she says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our
Yeah, there we go.
Brenda.
What's up, losers? Hey?
Oh, no. It's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
On my motor.
Clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
Tutoring?
What? Did you say tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
I can't switch the ball. There we go.
A young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
Is this even wanted?
So it wasn't you who vandalized my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way, it can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said...
This is like chill, it's like school theater, huh?
You daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray.
These sound effects are really annoying. I don't know why they want
Oh, what the heck? Give
What's
us a
happening?
hug.
Can we turn on the power again? Oh, okay, kind of sick. Well, that's going to get deducted from my pay.
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told
What's happening over
we're
there on the
picking
screen?
up reports from across the continent of what appear to be
Nukes?
what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into... they put them into millions.
Cool.
I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption. And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent.
Okay, I later want to see the segment again.
We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them.
We are hearing stories of...
And without delay. The people of our territory will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future.
No.
Your
There we go.
borders are now our borders.
There we go. We had to
Your
broadcast this though.
people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But for your privileged few, the moment that they feared is now upon them. Allow me to be crystal clear. If you fire a single shot at our territory or harm a single one of our citizens, we
I think this
will
is the more
not
interesting.
hesitate to detonate further devices. You will not find them, though no doubt you are already searching for them. Our technology is decades ahead of yours. We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important.
Okay, so that was interesting what
So
just
many
happened.
of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David. And right now, I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently travelling the continent for work. And I don't know where he is right now. And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also have loved ones on the continent. In Urkistan, or Havia, or San Pellegrino, or Konislava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago.
That's where Susie, yeah.
So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do. But I also know that there's a flow to events. I see it every day here. I know that although tonight it feels like we may be in a time of fear and darkness, we may actually be at the break of a new dawn.
Oh yeah, break time. 20 seconds we're playing that.
I don't know that yet, but together we will find out. And I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling. And with your help, maybe we can all get to that brave new world.
Oh, but look at this. Our ratings are through the roof now.
My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
Ba, 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 bum, 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 bum.
Ringing round, but the telephone networks are overloaded. Okay. We'll find him.
Do we know exactly which cities were hit, or?
Megan. We will find him.
At least Jeremy didn't have to see all of this. Broadcast complete. C again. Look at this rating C going from 55 to 85. You played one advert too late. When? Disrupting the third with the show. Yeah. You've received a slight dock to pay. Oh. Still broke as poor, but our shares still through the roof. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't see any interesting things we should look through, so I'll just continue, you know. Do 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 do. That. A proportionate response. The rest of your shift passes in a blur with the same words going around your head. Operatives working for advanced detonate nuclear explosives. Initial estimates put the death toll into the millions. Did this really just happen? You pull into the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in the front room is on. Clearly, someone else is still awake. The door creaks open into the living room, and you find Sam sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV. The screen is off, and they're clearly lost in thought. You take a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulder. They don't look at you, but they do reach up to take your hand in theirs. Now you're closer, you can see Sam's face more clearly. You see a look you've never seen before. Chris and Susie, they're both... I know. What do we do? What the hell can we do? The bastards killed Chris and Susie and millions of others, all because of the fucking war which we never asked for. Where there should be tears, there's only fire. Pure raw fury. They're manic now. I hate them, Alex. I know you've never been a fan of Advance, but after this, they're monsters. I need to know you understand that. That we can't just be indifferent. We need to actually do something. I don't think it's that simple. The country's suffering, this war has to end. Seriously, Alex? Advance has crossed the line and we can't let it stand anymore. Sam takes both your hands in theirs and look at you, the tension clearly rising. This isn't a situation where you can pick the middle ground. Advance killed Chris, they killed our daughter, Alex. I will never ever forgive them for that. And if you can... Yeah, you're right. What they've done is unforgivable. Relief spreads over Sam's face like a wave. Yeah, we always stand to our waist, Wolf. And they collapse against you, clutching tightly. Clearly, this was weighing heavily on them. You're not sure you've processed it all full yet. but at least you get through it together. A final farewell? Last week has been passed in a blur. A rush of things to do, but all immediately forgotten. Your memory clouded by a dark fog. 9 days since the so-called Liberation Night, and the beginning of Advance's new future. You weren't the first ones at the church today. You were staggered by the number of people who've come to mourn with you. Everyone here for the same reason, sharing the same pain, the same sense of loss. It's written all over their faces. Much as it would be on yours. You step away from everyone else, needing space to gather your thoughts. Your little girl, Susie, and Chris too, both just gone. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's my fault for letting Susie go, but once again I had no idea that would happen. Sam has said little since that evening, clearly still in shock. Not that you could blame them, you haven't been much better. Sam appears silent and squeezes your hand tightly, an act of desperation seeking comfort, and you squeeze back. Some small piece of you can't help but wonder, are you partly to blame? The scars will not fade quickly. There hadn't ever been coffins to bury. Well, that's true. It's kinda sad. Oh, we skip forward a hell lot. I repeat, we do skip forward a hell lot. Like 2 years? Like 1 year, more like, but so. In a seemingly ordinary morning, but as you get to work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go in to grab your first coffee or cup of tea, or what the fuck? When you go in to grab your first cup of tea of the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Yet another one's gone missing. What's that bring the total up to now? Oh, I should think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed. Sorry, what's going on? An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from the Queensview University. With all the other disappearances over the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers, she pauses before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly Disrupt targeting the people speaking out against them. I even heard Advance are struggling to prevent further. A deep familiar voice from behind you interrupts. What exactly is going on here? Well, but Disrupt targeting the people speaking out against them isn't much better as well. If we replace one corrupt regime with another, that won't help but hurry. A silence overtakes the room as you all turn in unison towards the doorway. Boseman clears his voice before continuing. I've told you before, I don't want to hear about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that they're nothing to worry about. Which means they are not our problem, and unless they start classing cappuccinos as intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. Best get back to work. Boseman holds up a hand to keep you as everyone else files out of the room. Look, I know you have a habit of doing what you want, but things are different now. Advance runs the show, and they've made their feelings clear. So now I'm doing the same. Channel 1's official position is that the government has things well in hand. Nothing more, nothing less. I trust I won't be hearing talk about this again. He gives you a curt nod before leaving. It seems that, for better or for worse, public ownership is now in full swing. Yeah, we're skipping a few days. Shit, dude. We're nearly 3 years in, huh? A career in the making. Like 2.5 more. You drum your fingers on the steering wheel impatiently as you wait for Charlie. Again? What? Charlie is dead though, right? What? It's great he's enjoying the cohesion cadets and it's so enthusiastic, but does he really need to stay behind every week to help? It's your Saturday evening too, after all. What? Did Charlie live now or not? No, Charlie didn't live. Charlie died with Susie. Okay. Like, this is actual... Like, Charlie died and now he's alive again? Finally, you see him exit the hall, grin in his face. We just mourned his death, like, 1.5 years ago. What the hell? You can't help but smile back, the frustration starting to fade as you seem genuinely happy. After hugging his friends goodbye, Charlie heads over to the car and gets in, his face flushed with excitement. So how was? You interrupt as he can't contain himself any longer. Guess what? Okay, you play along. So obviously the Cohesion Cadets is starting a point for becoming a CCO, so we get a head start when applying for that. Charlie gushes, clearly keen on explaining his news, almost tripping over the words in his efforts to tell you, well, apparently from next year, the top 5% of cadets will be taken into special program to become CCMs, Community Cohesion Managers. And guess who's gonna be in it? Beams at you. Okay, I see. And what do we do? Oh well, basically they need a new liaison team between regular people, the CCOs, and the betterment department. And that'll be us. People come to us with concerns and we'll decide whether they need referrals, if so, to which department. Cool, right? Okay. Congratulations, I guess. With a grin from ear to ear, he sits back in his seat. Yeah, I'm so glad I joined. I can't wait to tell everyone. You chuckle. I think a celebration and all. How is this all happening? I thought he died. How about we pick up some takeaway in the home? Yes, Soko. And the rest of the car ride is spent with Charlie listening to the takeaway. It's great to see him doing so well. Like, if Susie comes back to life, like, at this point, I'm like, okay, come on. A spark to light the flames. You're surprised to find Sam in the bed next to you when you wake up. They must have forgotten... They must have got in very late last night from drinks with the folks from school. You decide to let them sleep in and enjoy a lazy Sunday morning. Who is they? Okay. With the house quiet, you decide to bring some breakfast into the living room. Watch some TV while you eat. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country that large swathes of farmland went up in flames last night. As part of authorities are calling heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by a group known as Disrupt. You drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn up the volume. Don't they have not enough ration? I don't even know what's going on. I don't understand anymore. I've got conflicting messages here everywhere. In addition to food stores, which government sources have said will put a strain on universal menu centers countrywide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, specific prisons and re-education and betterment facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. Yeah, betterment facility sounds awfully like a camp, huh? Hold your breath, waiting to hear not get hurt. Unfortunately, it appears that the CCOs were ill-prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more effective and well-organized in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people, given the lateness of hour, the betterment centers were fully staffed when they came under attack. 70 CCOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, which countless more injured, many seriously, and rushed to the hospital. A few Disrupt members were caught and captured during the conflicts, but the vast majority seem to have evaded capture so far. More on the story as it develops. So Sam, Charlie, I mean, you're interrupted by Charlie walking into the living room. Now he still lives, okay. Anything interesting going on? He gestures to the V. Mutely, you leave the news on as they cycle through the break story again. Charlie watches in a hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it the Night of Fire. Everything is going to be okay. Okay, right? Well, it's... I think so, yeah. We'll be fine. I didn't even know you were still alive, but apparently you are in the last 50 days. I don't know, we mourned your death. We said there wouldn't be caskets, but okay. And like there's a nuclear war breaking out, but this was already 2 years ago when the nuclear war broke out. What is this all about? How does this all make sense? If Jeremy comes back, like, this is gonna be, like, at some point, I'm gonna be like, what is going on? A year and a half since the liberation, right?
Alex?
There's another day.
He's receiving. Calling.
Yeah.
Come in, Alex. Can you hear? This is Alan James.
Oh, what's up?
The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking in when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Of Just the Job. Followed at 10 p.m. by a chance to see the very last episode.
Okay, at first I'm playing my share.
With your cousin, Colin.
What have you got to lose?
My dignity, my reputation.
It's all right once you get past the teeth and the problematic tattoo.
I am perfectly capable of messing up my own love life.
Sorry about that. David wouldn't get off the phone.
Oh, is David single?
For Christ's sake, Colin, stay out of it.
I can help you. I'm an expert at romance. Ask my ex-wives.
Please don't set me up with your brother. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
You're not as tight, babe.
Too short?
Too smart.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
2, 1, go.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News, broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf. Our top stories tonight. Ashes to ashes. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted attacks across the territories. The coordinated action, dubbed the Night of Fire by commentators, was seen as an attempt to subvert the supply chain, but there may have been more to it. While emergency services were all kept busy at the agricultural centres, it seems a series of covert attacks was carried out, including the freeing of political prisoners and...
I'm helping Alan James here, I think. He's basically the same shit, but at least he's more liberal, I don't guess.
With the last of the
Replace one shitty dictator with the next, yeah.
5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpants, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets and mandatory grovelling zones. Advance have been quick to respond, saying if they would rather quit their cushy jobs to become nurses or teachers, they'll earn significantly more than they used to pay their own workforce. Thus far, no one has taken up the challenge. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today, as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. And
how does Alan James even avoid them for like 2 years? That's crazy.
A fistful of dollars. After a highly profitable year, Remington's Fist today announced the opening of their new high-tech underwater corporate...
These are basically the same, huh?
Astounding CEO Sophia Remington, pictured here, departing for the new HQ built using underwater FLAD technology, commented, "We've put windows everywhere. Saves a fortune on aquariums." A happy ending there for Sophia.
What was the difference between those two?
Sad end to the tale of the struggling scientists of Dante's Taint today.
These are the same pictures again.
Of a mutual agreement to end it all. With little support from the public and no much needed supplies from above ground, the academics took the unthinkable decision to drink 18 cans of Diet Stank. Could this catastrophe have been avoided? And what on earth are they putting in that drink? Taking a dive, it seems a former sporting icon mired with misfortune has found himself at his lowest ebb. Johnny Handsleeves, who was once paid thousands a week to play at national level, has wound up sleeping rough on the streets of the capital. Speaking this morning, he said,
"What is the difference between these pictures?"
"I always like the outdoors, and you're never too old for the Pigeon League." All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Danley Parks for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
There we go.
Territories. Today is the day we take back control. Soon it will be time for you to help us again. Come out of your houses, block the traffic, bring the capital to a standstill. I've met so many of you in my travels up and down Territory 1. You always ask the same question.
Okay, for the revolution. Viva la revolution.
And as for when, you'll know. Keep watching.
Perfect.
But first, 500 days after the loss of a fine leader and a great man, the start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick. We're
Well,
live.
of course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days.
There.
Now, she's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan. You join me here live.
Oh, there you go.
What? Oh.
Seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right, it seems like we have got the signal back.
Oh, but a different guy this
Now
time.
go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live here. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly.
What do you mean?
Make sure you make him look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
And it seems like the ceremony.
And how should I cut this?
Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends.
How should I cut this, huh?
500
What did
days
you mean?
ago, all of our lives
Cut.
changed irrevocably.
Hello?
Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories.
There you
The
go.
loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Instantly giving me bad.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Oh, this gets bad as well.
First hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning
Whoops.
multiple awards, and charming
Yeah,
audiences
that's gonna give you
up
one
and
bad
down the
point.
country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
But we're cutting it good, we're cutting it
Across
good.
a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late night chat show PT, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had.
We cut it really bad, that's what we want, huh?
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol.
Oh, he died?
abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago. Moments before I was supposed to give a speech. Not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd spilt coffee all down myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them.
Okay, this should be good enough though, right?
That was
Cutting.
the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive, a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man.
But mostly a good man. Yeah.
This glorious
Oh, 1985.
hour so beautiful and new, this shining beacon of
Thank you, Alex.
equality and
There'll be another opportunity to steer public perception soon. It's really starting. You'll know when.
Despite his accomplishments, the future he forged, the boundaries he pushed,
Dude, I can't win because there's only one camera and I should switch every 10 seconds, but it's not
the
possible.
man in his pants cheering on
It's
a stranger
not
at the back of the
possible.
conference. It is my great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden.
The only thing I can do
Shall we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me?
is not lose viewers.
9, 8, 7.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Now, Alex, control the message.
I'm not leaving, I can't.
Oi!
You two, come with me. Don't panic. Help us here, look. We're gonna help you. We need to...
Well, stop resisting then. Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
Not resisting! Ah! Fuck
What are you doing?
I'm not resisting! You stop!
Stay by your side.
I am the Prime Minister, and if I give you an order, you will damn well follow it. Do you understand?
Right to be here.
Understand?
Yes,
Mom!
Keep your eyes open.
Look at me. Look at me.
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes. Medics are coming. You sit down.
I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
Well, then
Jesus.
Consider this.
Please, stay with me.
We're still here. Julius Goldsbury!
Phaser requested. Target approaching Songbird.
More than 10 Justice demands a response.
Haven't you done enough? Look around you. This is what your precious freedom looks like, is it? Under fire! God, no.
Rise up! Take to the streets. The time has come. Stop fires. Break windows. Draw them out. They can't stop us all.
This doesn't help. Why is there all shitty parties, dude?
Lower your hands now. Centigrade authorization was granted. None.
Come on!
Turn that off, please, sir. I said, please turn that off.
Shocking scenes from the Capitol there.
Is this not enough? You've just seen them execute unarmed civilians. People like you and me. So why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get up and be a part of this?
These are the same shit, unfortunately. I would love there be a good one, but there isn't a good one.
Be what you were born to be, the once and future free.
That means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
That didn't go so well, Alex. But we can turn it around in the next segment.
Was a good distance from the unit base.
What do they mean that wasn't going so good?
A weekly event.
No.
What do they mean? What should I have done? It's the same shit, dude. Can't I make my own party where I'm like, fuck all of these guys? Are there any normal guys?
Can we get set for the next sequence?
I don't get it. I don't. Sue me. Telling him, sue me. What should I have done? Z. Why is everyone mad? I don't know. Well, at least with CA, look at my full payment.
During this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
Fist 5 seconds, okay.
This is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No.
What?
No.
10 seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig. It's a no.
Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolfe. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become
I can't see a
hugely
fist yet,
successful
though.
feature, the notice board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love the notice board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say, those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal.
Why did I lose my bonus here?
People like you.
Yeah, precisely.
Right.
Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So the notice board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
Oh, it's a combination
Isn't the
of
fist
so
it
many
though yet?
things. My hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, we really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey, hey, hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard our man's on camera 4.
Yeah, I
have a
figured.
sense of responsibility now. You know, a sense I've been entrusted with something precious and that I should use that platform for good.
Yeah.
Get back to the interview, Alex.
Important that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
Okay,
That's
this should have been
exactly
enough.
it. So I've decided to help as many underprivileged.
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared. Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Is that better access to education, or reducing child poverty?
What do they mean with
By
give them the
adopting
go?
as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan. I stopped counting in the late 30s.
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
What was that sound?
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Normans, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I've never
shocking.
thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water.
So okay, so we're
Everyone
getting
wants to
positives
okay.
though. So
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough for me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the notice board.
I'm so happy that this episode will officially now be over.
What a day! First the tea morning.
Why am I getting downrated?
Notice. I don't know.
I can't switch to different cam. My God.
Oh wait. Perhaps I do. Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course. Keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know, it's a disgrace. Somebody
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. We might just pull this off. Push forwards! 3 boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar. It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend Ripped for no reason.
Yes!
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a
Do I still need to
waste
do
of
boos?
time.
I don't know.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Looks like all those lift
Okay, there we go.
classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me.
That's 3 for 3.
Strong and capable.
You did it, Alex. We're good to go.
Strong enough to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town? Hi!
Well,
Without the sound effects, that's really
you're so much
shit.
stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
Oh.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferrets struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God!
Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch them,
He just rings. Okay, that's actually funny.
the village fate.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature. But really it's because whenever he strikes,
What's with the
he always
revolution
leaves
now?
behind the
Is something
foul
happening there,
stench
or?
of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fate. Or my name's not Captain Danger Evans.
Captain Danger
The
Evans.
community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
There's literally only yellow things. I can't choose anything better.
It's
I'm
the
free.
morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
Thanks, cool. That's my ratings gone.
Goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team, setting up for a show that would be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy.
Coconut
what are you
shy.
doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donut.
No, not all the jam out of the donuts. Cool, that was just green, I was saying.
What are we to do?
Although I'm very competent,
Yeah, that's
I
too
have
fast.
no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fate.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
What are these sounds, these explosions in the background?
Smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that
What the
the
fuck?
tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Hey, come on. Let's
That's
go
all
have a
funny,
party
come
in
on.
my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
That was it, the final ever episode of the Notice Board, and what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning, so don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's
Perfect.
the ads.
Perfect
Well
play.
done, everybody.
Perfect play.
What a brilliant run, eh? After party at my place.
Alex, this station is supposed to be unbiased. Your partisan behavior will end up getting us taken into public ownership even sooner. Less revolutionary zeal. Do your job.
Alright. Next segment I won't do anything anymore. That's enough for the... D? These nuts? Dude, I was on fire and they're giving me D. Well, okay, I did do some bad stuff.
One last push, Alex. We're closing in.
Nah, Alan, that's
Guest
it.
in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. We'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right, and we're gonna win this thing. It's happening, Alex. Tonight we take it
Okay.
back.
We're getting 2 of them right, but after toilet break only. After toilet break. And this time I'm gonna use my BRB this time again. Hell yeah. And by the way, what I just thought about, right, was they said that the news channel was soon to be public owned, but weren't they already? Like, weren't they already? That's what I don't get. I thought they were already. But they were already. Okay, so there's some bugs story-wise, I feel like, and that Charlie is alive again. I don't know.
I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table.
Under advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by advance's naive.
Please, Sarah, anything.
Sorry, Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Johnny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
Did she? That's my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is my shade? You can run back to Jenny now.
Why is she
Sorry
so
about that,
mean?
Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, like at all.
They said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears. Ugh. Going in 5, 4.
Dude, they're all shit. She's as well shit. Everyone in this shitty
Welcome
country
back
is shit.
to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash
We need to
hit
censor out 2 or
musical
3 things.
everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment.
As far as I know.
First, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello? Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Wong, so please be seated. This news will
That's
make
kinda
you
hard.
feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Worse, oh, John. We're having a baby.
Oh no! A baby? That's worse than cancer.
Oh, woe is me. Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of
Safety in our
Oh my god.
tiny flat. We built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked. We're having a baby. Now you can't have any wine at book club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree. And forget about that holiday in Territory 3. No more waking up at 10:30. In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub.
Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian chums?
The only poo they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day
How do I get to more times here? I don't get it.
Parasite won't leave you alone.
Oh, it turned red in the second. That's okay.
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife. We got a childless life. No one wails and no one walls. No one draws things on the walls.
A happy husband.
A wonderful wife. We got a childless life.
We're having a baby.
We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby.
No more weekends by the coast. Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days. We're having a baby. Food and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs.
What am I doing wrong? I don't get how you increased it. Okay, you can see where the beat is, huh? Do we have to focus on that? I don't know what to focus on. This is such a bullshit task still. I disagree. Disagreements among the gaming community still.
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us to their opening number from Elegy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the Capital Theatre District. And we'll be touring the territories later this year. Right then, come on you lot, come on down, let's go, don't be shy. Hello. Hi Megan. Hi. It's an honour.
Hi Megan.
Oh, really?
Hi.
Fans of the show? Yeah, it used to be. Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night.
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
Right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual
That's
work on the script.
too bad. Then I pressed the wrong
But
button.
No, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you.
If I go as this 1, 2, 3, 4, but it doesn't. It does make sense in my book that this is this way.
I'm Jack.
But hey.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boram Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right?
Crazy coincidence.
With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed that?
Because you have to type them out 1,000 times, maybe?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples.
Where's the coded message I should send though?
Well, not exactly.
I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
What the fuck?
Married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must have been some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack, Jen Janet, Jill Jen, Janet Jill.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh god, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimbley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster.
I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the
There was no green for a second there, I think.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
This piece isn't.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
It's about children and why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are
Okay.
a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem.
Terrible problem.
Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
This isn't about me.
Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives, and there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
We're very chatty tonight.
Okay, so that's segment number
Usually
2.
I'm the chatty one.
because you're the youngest. We know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer. Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Janet. Got you back.
So could you just tell us?
This is also okay. That was 2 segments. I'm not cancelling anymore.
Well, go ahead. It's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair.
Go on, we'll just cancel the third one as well.
TV
Why not?
advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more though. I probably said too much already.
Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
Dude, they instantly left because I censored a millisecond too much.
For too
Come on,
long,
fuck
we've
off.
been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete. That children.
But
are
censoring this is so stupid as well. That makes no sense. It's, again,
and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place. So.
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out,
That's it, though.
I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come.
Okay.
And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific events. Patrick, are you okay?
3 minutes till ad break.
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack
Something's happening in
which
studio
I
as well.
myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister. Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Yes, no accolades here.
Why are they so shit and why is she so...
Or lemonade.
All parties are shit. This is a choice between
is the
two bad
situation now, are
situations.
we safe?
Yes.
And later on I have to check this.
The
There's so much going on
security
here.
services
Dialogue.
performs their duties without hesitation. And I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
Oh, that's good news about the Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement who were, as always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a message for your viewers.
Of course, the camera. There's the speak there on the camera there.
Stay at home tonight. Do not become another casualty of war. Disrupt have had their moment, but as the dear departed Peter Clements once famously said, it ends today.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength.
Minute 13 till ad break.
Megan, now in the studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horrifying bombing.
Something's still happening here
Maybe
as
you need
well.
to get checked out, Patrick. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's news. But before we go,
I do need to...
one final thought.
Friends, you have mobilized. You have come together. From our agents at the television networks, Bristol Wrestling getting
Shit.
those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide. And it is
I shouldn't lose my job if they do a good
Tonight
job.
we
You know what I
topple
mean?
their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece. Channel 1. Time to wake up.
Out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and it's pretty scary out there tonight. So stay at home.
What the fuck?
Stay with Channel 1, because
My God, what the
ensure
fuck?
This program that the turbulence will soon be over. And once again, focus
I was a millimeter off the frequency and it was like, well, fuck you, that's why.
and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf.
Here we go. Let's see.
Tonight is the beginning of the fall of advance. Fighter jet, 11 o'clock.
They shot down the chat, that's pretty impressive.
Permission granted, old friend. We are
That's my job. Alex, Alan. That was kind of my job. Alan. I think this is gonna have negative consequences for my job. Why did they blow my tower? Well, more info. Well, yeah, look how good that was. And then it was like... Because the end was the switch off. Yeah, Disrupt destroyed the Channel 1 broadcast tower. That seems weird. I feel like I got the bad ending again. You've received a slight doctor pay. Broke is poor still. But my shares still going up. Sick. Channel 1 still heartbroken. Not adverts. Rushes. There we go. We looked at the pre-roll. No need to look at that. Peter's Memorial. That's gonna be interesting though. That's gonna be interesting though. Alright.
All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parts for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
And titles, 30 please. You know, I was so pissed off with Colin yesterday, and I couldn't remember why. And I racked my brain, and it was a dream.
That'll be all, thanks.
He had the body of a goat and the face of my mother. I'll tell you all about it later,
yeah?
They're all
Jenny,
weird there
I
as
want
well.
her out of here by the end of the titles, and I want a new one by the break.
Mariah?
Yeah, she's just complacent, and worse, she's a dream person.
Right away, Megan.
Look, folks, I'm not being funny, right, am I? But you wouldn't see Megan Wolf down here, would you? No, not anymore. I tell you, look at them over there. I had to battle through 10 of those bastards on the way in. They wouldn't let me come in. One of them grabbed my arm, wouldn't let go. I'll tell you, it's lucky I've been managing my own form of self-defence. Worked myself out because bang! Straight on the floor, down on the ground. Good night, Mr. Tom. He's not getting up. I'll tell you what, I'm getting sick and tired of this. If I had to stand around here for too much longer, listening to that old bitch, lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard...
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick, we're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days.
There.
Ah, she's lost it, mate. She's
He's
completely
fired
off the
as
rocker.
well. Only remaining one firing is Megan, huh?
Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what? Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. We announced all that. There we go, that was that. What are they saying now? Where did they even...
Turn the camera off. National Night News. You have the right to be here. I said turn the fucking camera off.
Who did they even do with... What did they even do with the explosion? Nothing happened when they did the explosion. It was just useless. He's just in shock watching.
raw, unedited truth as it happens. And we make no apology for that. We'll update you on the latest from this disrupt attack later in the programme, but when we come back, it's time for happier pursuits, and you know what that means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this. Does anyone know if everyone's safe? Are the crew okay?
All fine. The bomb was a good distance from the unit base.
Oh my God. This is becoming a weekly event.
No, it's different tonight. This is the big one.
Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're after dangly fucking parts.
That's journalism, apparently. Can we get set for the next sequence?
Sequence 2. The notice board finally. Any guys being finally? Yeah, look at that, by the way. Day 371 and then skipped exactly to day 912.
Megan, this is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No.
What?
No.
10 seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig. It's a no. Okay, we are going in 5, 4.
This was fucking boring, this whole interview. There was the fist. Yeah, this was boring as well. Is there anything here on the notice board finale? Which... There's the fireman. Fireman!
Dancing and learning. So don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh? After party at my place, eh? Yeah? Hey, I've got a new grill out back. Oh, I've got 4 kinds of sausage. Hey, you coming to the after party?
Hell yeah, he's up for it probably. No?
Oh,
dude, I feel sorry for the makeup artist. He has to deal with all the shit with Megan is doing. Everyone is so shit in this world. Everyone is so shit in this world. Unbelievable. Alright.
Please, Sarah, anything.
Sorry, Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Johnny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
Did she? That's my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is my shade? You can run back to Jenny now. Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, at all.
They've said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4.
Yeah, Megan is really awful as well. Welcome to National Nightly News, where everyone is except the author.
The Novaries.
Dance. I see no one has asked for your dance.
Here. Oh, really? You've...
Then they do this interview, which is hella boring. Yeah.
Dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The Novaries there. And I am pleased to...
Oh, let's go back and see what they say at the beginning here.
Before I had come out.
You'll have to cue me. I can't hear properly. This thing's useless. Are we live? What's happening? No, I can't hear. That's no better actually. Was that a te? It looked like a te. Fight now. Okay. On your go to go.
It's Patrick. Are you okay?
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon.
I hope you understand it. Just stuff happens in the newsroom. Sorry to have to cut you off there. I hope you understand it. Just stuff happens in the newsroom.
Right, we done?
Oh, no, sorry, if you could just stay where you are until the end of the show. Just a couple of minutes, if you don't mind.
Why?
Any minute now, guys. We're going to do my final bit and then we'll get you out, okay?
We've got curtain up in less than 2 hours, so it'll be great to...
There's a new monologue on the autocue for you.
From them.
Of course. What did you expect tonight? Freedom of expression. That was a joke, by the way.
I can do that.
It's just like the news. Oh, come on, we shouldn't even be here. Look what's going on out there.
It's important that we were here. People need musicals in times of darkness more than ever.
Do they, though?
Right when
we're
I'm on
coming
set.
back soon, so quiet on set, please.
Okay.
Studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon there,
Oh, well,
bravely
I thought
reporting.
that went quite well. I think we need to get you to hospital, darling. Can you get this reported to hospital, please?
Throughout the programme, we're receiving reports of...
I wonder what happened though now.
Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Oh, God, I think I threw up a bit in my mouth just then.
Surprised that there's any room in there with all the lies.
Excuse me, miss. Can you come with me, please?
What? Jim?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Jill, what have you done now?
Sorry, sir, can you please stay in your seat?
That's my wife.
Right, we'll be back in a minute. Just need to have a conversation first.
What the hell?
Need an understudy.
I'll call Jackie. If she's not free, we'll use Jessica, Judith, Justine or Gemma.
Oh, Jenny can sing.
Oh, Megan can piss off. Yeah, Megan thinks about doing that a lot these days.
That's all that happened? Okay. Okay, continue. Just one day? Yeah. An important review. I think I'm gonna get fired here. You arrive at work a little early despite a stressful journey in. You still aren't quite sure of everything that happened, though the swarm of CCOs all over the building is anything to go by. This is just a general one matter. This is confirmed. When you're informed, you need to speak to Bossman immediately. Alex escorted to his office. You sit nervously outside, waiting for your boss. Well, this isn't gonna be good. A few minutes later, the bossman arrives, disheveled and with a stern-looking CCO in a tow. Ah, yes, Winston, good. The specialist A-boss. She will be observing this interview. Please come on inside, take a seat. The ruddy-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. The few times you've been here before, it was immaculate with everything, and it's probably not so today. It must be serious for Bossman to find be this flustered. So, Alex, do you know why you're here today? Bossman's eyes are sharp and his gaze is fixed on your face from across the desk. Abel's is standing behind you, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind. Not really, no. I wasn't involved with anything that happened yesterday. What happened last night was nothing short of the accumulation of a heinous and outrageous campaign of terror that disrupt have been reaping of this nation and its territories. Boseman shoots a glance behind you to your left where you see your observer standing. And it is of course our duty to root out this route wherever we find it to prevent anything like last night happening ever again. I've been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all staff members involved and will be submitting a personal review of your performance both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. This can only end well. His expression remains stern. Just tell the truth, Winston, and this will be all over soon. Arranging some papers, Boseman clears his throat and begins. Obviously, a lot happened last night and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, so I'd rather not waste any time. Be brief, concise, and clear in your answers. Alright. So let's start at the beginning of the broadcast and work our way through. After the attack in the memorial, you seem to have portrayed the terrorists in a quite sympathetic light. Why? I shouted what was happening. The news. That's our job, right? I see. So you're saying it couldn't be held in your head to show the aftermath as you did. I'll be sure to make a note of that. Funny how unauthorized footage always seems to find its way into your broadcasts. Boseman scribbles some notes down, the noise of his pen scratching into the notepad, punctuated only by a constant tick-tock on his ordinate clock. Hopefully this will be over soon. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about a peculiar camera choice. It was while everyone else was talking. Oh, where did you put it? Ah, here we are. Do you recognize this? With a flourish, Boseman produces the leaflet from the notice board and places it on the desk in front of you. Well, I assumed it was just part of... I didn't even notice. Well, that would have been a stupid answer. I assumed it was just part of the set. Why else would it have been there and on the camera? So saying the blame lies entirely with the crew on set? There's no way you could possibly use your own judgment to determine it was unsuitable? You're disappearing front from the CCO behind you. Typical Winston, we shall see. Not exactly subtle there. Should have gone the first option, okay. There was one thing we noted during the finale of Notice Board. Boseman picks up some notes. You seem to play an odd choice of sound effects relatively early on. Now the script was expecting laughs, but of all three you choose to play booze. Why did you do that? Oh, I'm sorry. I was under the impression that I could pick freely. Did that change? Yes, well, choice is given to those who show they can employ a sufficient degree of good judgment. It may be we need to review this policy, or at least who qualifies for it. You can see Boseman is frowning as he adds to his notes. It might have been nice to have him on your side. How many other people would be here to interview today? Towards the end of the show there appear to be issues with the sensor equipment. At this point Boseman pauses for a moment, putting a lid on his pen and placing it carefully on the desk, perpendicular to his notebook. How do you explain the fact you censored perfectly acceptable language during the final segments? Well... there seems to be an issue with the machine. Frank probably forgot to do the checks again. I just do what the display tells me. These are kind of both options, you know? Let's go for the first one. It would be a very strange coincidence that one of our key pieces of equipment were to develop a malfunction at the exact time the script chose to attack. A disappointing but not unsurprisingly lapse by an incompetent employee seems much more likely, but I suppose we won't know until maintenance have had a chance to check it out properly. How many questions will you have to answer? At this point, Boseman took out a pair of glasses and placed them somewhat delicately on the end of his nose. And then the portly man leaned forward to examine his notes in detail. Now obviously, we expected the odd bit of interference here and there, unavoidable. However, interference is not the same as terrorist propaganda. Would you care to explain how quiet so much of their messaging found its way? With everything else going on, I just didn't realize until it was too late. That's a shitty lie, okay. I just realized that now. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Special Airbus is visibly more attentive, awaiting your boss's response. Well, it's certainly true that accidents do happen, but it's an amazing coincidence how often they seem to happen when you're around, Winston. Boseman's smile is anything but warm, and Abel's glances towards you with a stare that can only be described as glacial. You offer a stained smile back. A loud creak breaks the growing silence as Boseman leans back in the chair. I did too much, yeah, I get that. The tape of that poor Miss Brightman? Why did you play that? Help me understand. Why play that tape? As you meet his gaze, you're almost surprised to see the earnest concern in the old man's eyes. It seemed like the news. Isn't that what we do? Show the news? You watch Boseman slowly clean his glasses off before answering. Well, at the end of the day, you choose to do it, Alex. I know what I have done in those shoes. After all, you have a habit of playing tapes you shouldn't do. do you? He clears his throat and leans forward again and staring at you for a moment before continuing. That is, however, all I had for you. Thank God it's over. I think that's all the information we need, Winston. Boseman looks questioningly at the CCO, but by the time you've turned around, the moment has passed. Best you just go home for now. There's no work for you until we get a new satellite tower up. But of course, don't leave town. I may have more questions for you following another interview. As you leave, you see open hostility in Special Other's eyes. Well, you knew there would be consequences. Well, that's quite true. Are we ever eventually going to day 1 or like 10k or something? Like, that wouldn't be unreasonable. I mean, that's like a year has passed since then. No mention of our job. It's your anniversary, like my 4th already. A week away could have been just what the doctor ordered for you and Sam. But after speaking to travel agents, there's just no way you can afford it. Maybe next year. Still, just because you can't have a holiday doesn't mean you can't make special tonight. You have the day off today, so you could try and make it a nice romantic meal for them in this evening. Though they did explicitly tell you not to bother this morning. You think a cheap last-minute gesture won't change anything? Were the exact words. It'll be nice to have a lovely evening together. You get to work, turning the house into the perfect romantic setting for tonight. Everything is going according to plan. Sam's going to love it. Impatiently, you wait for them to arrive. You even had time to single-handedly clean the entire house, floor to ceiling. It took hours. But Sam will appreciate it, and that's all that matters. Your key is in lock, put the final touches in place. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all this? Oh my god, did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss and they step into the kitchen, where the banquet is laid out, candles lit, with Charlie standing quietly grinning. Oh my god, Alex. Happy anniversary, Sam. I thought he died though, but hey, Charlie. Happy anniversary, Charlie echoes as Sam turns to you, smiling with tears in their eyes. Alex, it's perfect. Sam rushes over and kisses you softly, only breaking off when you get a less subtle cough from Charlie. So I got officially accepted into the community cohesion program. Charlie blurts out. What did he say? Charlie picks up a rucksack next to him and heads towards the front door. Have a great evening. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I'll be around the friends tonight and back tomorrow, so don't wait up. Sam meets your eyes and you both chuckle. You pull out Sam's chair for them. Why, thank you, Sam says, taking a seat pretty next to you. So Charlie's been busy. They shake their heads as you take the opposite seat next to them. Tomorrow? For now. You really didn't have to do all this, Alex. I know. I wanted to. I love you, Sam. I love you too. They breathe, admiring. Why is this all dialogue here? This doesn't... Where does this progress anything? Now where on earth do I begin? They laugh as you pour the first glass. You're very lucky to have such a wonderful family. Who could ask for more? Why was this segment in? I don't know. It's a bit weird. Everything's a bit weird. Yeah, we're just heading to day 2k. Who cares? It's not like it'll be basically 3 years. A job down. You know this is two years later again. We're still broke as poor. Everything is ready. You and Sam have been trying to watch Bullet Man for years, but you missed it in the cinemas and it never seemed to be in stock whenever one of you went to pick up the VHS. Now you're just waiting for them to get home so you can start. You heard the front door open as they put a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. We're all ready to go. Get your butt out of here. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's what? This is nearly like this is over 5 years basically. Is it? Yeah. So it's over 5 years. So what in the name of Hylian is even going on? You know, like, what's with the war? I think we have won. I don't know, with nuclear attacks where they lost their son, but nobody seems to care, but the whole nation is like still upset. The terrorist group, they just got eliminated. It doesn't make sense. You'd guess something like this would happen sooner than like 5 years, you know what I mean? Alrighty, get your butt in here. Sam comes in a vacant stare, ignoring both film and snacks as they sit down next to you. You have actually nudged them to break their stupor. What is it? I've been let go from work. Sam is just staring into space. Apparently there's just isn't need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children, so they can't justify the expense. Honey, I'm so sorry, it'll be okay. You'll find another place. No, you don't get it. There just isn't that demand for younger years teachers anymore. Not just here, anywhere. I don't know what I'm going to do, what we're going to do. You pull Sam into a hug. I know things are tough, but we'll think of something. How, Alex? We barely scraping by as is, and now, Sam starts to sob, we're gonna have to sell the house. Can't see any other option, we've got too many debts to pay. If that's what we have to do, fine. It's only the two of us living here now anyway. What's with our son? Maybe he can help us. I still, I hate the idea of losing this place. Think of everything that's happened here, Alex. They fall silent, thinking. Eventually start the film, but neither of your hearts are in it. Too busy thinking about the future. Still, a house isn't everything. It's the people who make it a home. Home is where the heart is, after all. Did this just count as selling the house now? I don't even know. It's a story just progresses. Like, well, that's like 2/3 of a year away. Ah, you don't know if you sold your house. But maybe. Maybe. Why am I so poor all the time? And what's going on with the news TV, you know? Like, 1970 there. 3 years since the upraising.
Winston, I know we don't see eye to eye on much, but things could be significantly worse. Why don't you try to muddle through for a change rather than your established approach of giving me a headache? If not for me...
Okay, this time I'll do it.
Alex, it's advanced as ill-conceived bring your daughter to work day today, so there's even more people than usual for you to disappoint.
Expect catchy tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature. One to miss. At 10 p.m. it's time for...
It's not like I could have much choice in choosing.
The Prime Minister reads extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then at 10:30, it's the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians struggling.
And this is Jenny. She's the floor manager.
Hi, Stacey.
That's Colin. He don't talk to Colin.
Not getting involved and bring your daughter to work, Colin.
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
How did it all go so right? That's followed by the territory.
Atta girl.
Oh, she played the singer as well, though, right?
10 seconds, everybody.
Now featuring up to 16
Monday's a myth.
simultaneous
That
colours.
explains so much.
Okay,
we are going in 5, 4, 3.
As we go over to Megan and the team at the
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf.
No, not November.
Who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then, here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Sonia in Larkfordshire. I've had plenty of time to fill, so I've started a new hobby. Since I started knitting, I barely remember that 85% of the country is sterile. My record is this scarf. It's 124 metres long. Thank you for that, and if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things
Great news so far.
Also, the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Greg from Proddington has sent us this lovely photo of their breakfast, saying, I couldn't bring myself to eat my toast this morning because I could swear it bore the spitting image of the great Julia Salisbury's relatable face. So I had to make do with a plate of butter and 2 spoonfuls of jam. Do keep those coming in. Go on, have a go. We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out, okay?
Apparently, this is from Sherry Intendant. Here I am, just 6 months out of Betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life of stealing cars and burning down charity shops. I just wanted to share.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right, thanks.
Come on, give it a try.
Let us to know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the S effect buttons for the next segment, but Advance have already selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
Alright. I'll actually have to do that. No.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre right here in the capital. We're going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay. Surprising vote of approval there from Stacey.
There we go.
Let's go
Censored.
live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards.
Oh, that's the wrong thing.
Of all the
Oh,
many
they changed.
duties
Okay.
I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly behind us. This is the new future, and I say to you, it's
Okay.
better now. I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome
Ah, I
to
fucked it up.
Alfie Badger.
There we go. I didn't know anymore.
So,
Ah.
Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh.
Ah.
Could you turn it on?
Well, they're not turning a steering aid on.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that, yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
We got it.
So, Alfie. What? You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Well, where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I like this story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, you're
a woman.
Yeah, a woman. One of
Women
them.
can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Oh, are you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that, so...
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me Mam and Pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But...
Ah, man, they threw me off again.
They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes. So I called it Patch, which was a popular name for a dog.
Yeah, I lost the fucking shit again because I switched so soon. Because it was green for 5 milliseconds and that's it.
Introduce him to pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times, divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here. The weekly Territory 1 Team Awards.
Woo!
First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble-Bamblebury, and she has single-handedly allowed
They are
more
so bored
families
here.
to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven path, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snister.
What up, Daphne?
Are you here to change me?
Little Alfie, there's a good boy.
Oh shit. I didn't want to press stream.
2 sugars, please. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Oh. Well,
Dude, they're switching so fast. Yeah, that's my ratings gone again.
Not any higher than that. You'll have to go down now.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actress said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Okay, we're still moving.
Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in these white pants for 3 days.
This time I'm canceling the blue stuff because I don't want to get fired.
Right, you are, love.
Next up tonight is a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future.
Dude, 7 minutes. I still have to hold 7 minutes of this shit out, dude. That's so long. Yeah, and I got a viewer loss because I was longer than 10 seconds on one scene. Come on, fuck off.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Should we just grab them ourselves?
Probably for the best.
And his best mate.
Oh, this is shit. It switches so fast again that I lose my bonus points again. Stop.
Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sydney.
I must already focus and then they're throwing me a curveball.
Had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen.
What, did I just lose bonus for featuring the scene which I had to feature? Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten bonus.
Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddley got shanked in Frankfurt prison in an argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home. Sydney got a fatal skin condition. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie.
It switched away exactly in the second. I get red for this. I swear to God, I'm so long on his shitty turn.
But we discovered there were actually people who would never even own a pony.
I used to have 3.
So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, before we do, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Oh, absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When Advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have
I have to switch. There we go. Perfect, thank you.
Oh God, not again. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Fannies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
Much better. And you are? Oh, nice.
Got to go.
right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine, it isn't right. We used to have 3 horses, Benton, DeFessel and Hungwell. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up!
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop.
Dude, what? It turned red in exactly this second for a short time.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll protect you. Oh, 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 oh.
You better break know what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s and we go to the...
Dude, can we just play an ad break?
Shining on sea and watch all the pretty girls on the beach.
At least we have these. We have all the ads already in.
Then, of course, we'd visit...
Can the cameras stop focusing on the girl on every other camera?
To take home for the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler back then. Boys were boys.
Dude, they're really
girls were girls.
going
Everyone
down
had
on
to be
this girl.
treated by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see, circuses, with their big tents and their candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particular...
Okay, we switched the cam. I don't know. I think we should. I think that was good.
Oh, did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Oh, never mind. Yeah, just a tea, pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with
How did I lose my bonus again? I don't understand.
fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got him, helping to root out more than 170 Disrupt collaborators in his own neighborhood. Since then,
I was a millisecond too long on her again, dude. I already switched, but I got the yellow thing in my basket there.
our final winner tonight, Edwin Neverlay.
I hate this. I hate this switchery duo.
Prime Minister, it's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense, Prime Minister.
Ah, there we go. We lose our ratings. Cool, thank you. Oh, we didn't. Cool. Actually, nice.
As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
What the fuck?
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, Betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they don't reintegrate, we retaliate. Just like you did on Liberation Night. Thank you for this award. And stay vigilant. Report the non-cohesives. Be a team player.
Ah, I hate this 10-second rule. It's so stupid.
Things will be a lot more normal.
This 10-second rule is stupid, guys. Just telling you how it is.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
The nurse was fucking scary, the pretees were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Okay, well, succinctly put there, if profane. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after this. And we're out!
No, I played the ad way today.
What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work with Junior, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore.
with a bleep button.
so sorry, darling.
Do you think we could try that?
Alex and
course.
Winston can go fuck
I'll
themselves.
speak to you later.
Is it just
Oh, Alex. Completely forgot what I was going to say. Blast it all. Still, I'm lucky to have her.
tragic comic
What?
disaster?
Yeah, that.
Last are all?
Just like having him back in the chair.
Do you reckon he's
Okay,
watching
anyways,
it,
that's the end.
laughing? I think he is.
Jeremy?
What's happening outside? They did a new one, okay.
Deceiving us.
Are
I
you
see.
fucking with us?
Oh right. So she can swear.
Segment grade B. We're fine with that. We're fine with that. We're fine with that. Alright. Cool that I have to wait these 50 seconds here. Really makes my day.
We have less stress, and we are healthier than ever.
Jack and Robin are just going to grab who they can, and then you've got these generic links on the autocue to glue it all together.
They do know I have a Queen's View degree in journalism.
Don't you wish you'd studied something useful now, eh?
All this bring your daughter to work day. What a joke.
Where is our honoured guest?
I don't know, she's probably sniffing around that boy band hot spot.
Heat Rash. Hotspot won it last year.
Heat Rash. Oh God, they're running out of names, aren't they?
I hear the computer comes up with them, the songs too. Ah, there she is, and just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
What have you been up to?
What's it to you?
And we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world premiere of The Automated, starring Lawrence
How didn't she even get
Bluntflat
older in
and the
5
late
years?
great
That's
Helena Canterbury
what
Boat
amazes
Shoe.
me, right?
And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
Perfect.
I can't deconstruct it.
Captain?
I can't deconstruct it. Robots!
Is this a wig?
You think I don't grow that?
No, Dick, I'll kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison!
Okay.
I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby. If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, chick, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, blast it off!
Can we lose this fucking signal problem?
Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky 3-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner, this is the key.
We could shut it down.
Yes, we could shut it down! But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
Yeah, I lost signal there for 5 milliseconds. There we go. Okay, 15 minutes, dude. These are really long now.
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
The robots were alright, I guess.
They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show. Robin.
Well, Megan, I'm joined by not one, but both of the stars, Lawrence Bluntflat and Helena Canterbury Boat Shoe. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Oh, come on.
It's thanks to shows like yours that Helena and I are even here. Don't you agree?
Well, I couldn't.
Absolutely right, darling.
And you two have both become absolutely huge in the past couple of years, haven't you?
Even huger, yes, that's right. I feel very lucky, very, very lucky to be born, well, you know, And Helena is in massive demand too at the moment. She's still the face of a major cosmetics brand, and she's booked to do a one-woman Lear in the summer.
Wow, it sounds like you're both very busy. But is there any chance we'll get to see you together on screen again?
No, I'm really not supposed to mention this, but yes, we are doing a little something together.
No.
I'm playing a weathered starship captain from another galaxy, and
Yeah,
is my
come on.
droid companion.
But how does that work?
I spend 7 hours in makeup now.
No, how does Helena play a droid?
Oh, we just pop her on a roller skate.
Wow.
Okay, at least that worked.
Lawrence Blunderclatch and Helena Canterbury Boatshoot, thank you so much for joining me. And we're going over to Patrick.
Thank you for
Bannon
joining
now.
me, Helena
Patrick,
Thunderclad.
will we be seeing you in a movie anytime soon?
You, Robin, let's hope not. I'm actually joined here by
Billy Bob Jean Short. And
Billy
sure
Bob Jean Short.
recognize my youngest pop sensation, Lil D. Her Lil C covers album drops next week.
Actually, we weren't expecting this.
Oh, not again.
She's
Stop.
around. She's not been feeling very well. She's put me in charge.
Has she?
Stop with the
Well,
signal
the courts have.
flashing.
They gave me stewardship over her estate, her finances.
Move down. I didn't
her
realize so
eternal
quick.
Soul. Praise Craglar.
Praise Craglar.
Wow. But is she coming just because we've got some questions for her?
Well, she might be along later, but as our legal and spiritual guardian, I'll be happy to answer all and any questions on her behalf.
And Lil D, was it?
Oh, come on, as if this was red for a second. Yeah, this was definitely red. This would have been red either way, but still.
Great. Well, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Little C, and you could be too.
Really?
No. Oh my god. I realized way too late that it wasn't moving down. Hello? What? How is this red right now?
But of course, Lil C is basically fashion royalty now with a
Stop.
veritable clothing empire to her name.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since
This
our initial
is
CD
really
launch.
bullshit right now.
Very show, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So really, we have all you to thank for all this. You know, this hat cost more than my second jet. Feel that? Feel that?
Yes, it's a nice hat.
Person.
And Forbes magazine has named me the youngest self-made success story ever.
And do you have any advice for anyone wanting to follow in your footsteps?
Absolutely.
No. Oh!
To succeed on your own,
If you're moving so
with
fast,
families,
what am I
financial
supposed to do?
backing, and pre-existing fame. It's not rocket science, people.
Okay, I need to improvise, adapt, and overcome the situation. What?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Okay, but how was this offline right now? It didn't move at all.
25, she's far too old for pop music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So
I even lost the viewer to that. That's tragedy.
touring that later this year. And then her farewell tour the year after.
I always say one viewer, but it's probably multiple.
To see her. So until the reunion
Stop.
tour,
Where was this red?
but it's been a
Can this
long
interview
and
please be
varied
over?
career,
It's
as you
10 minutes 50 still long in total. Maybe we can get to a different segment where I don't have to do this
What's
shit
wrong
all
with
the
her
time.
health? Oh, yes, her health, her poor health, and surprisingly expensive treatments. Curse you, Zaytan! Damn your intergalactic justice!
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that at least.
Those babies aren't going to sell
Jesus.
themselves, or possibly at all. Billy Bob, Lil C, D, thank you so much for joining me, and do pass our best wishes to Lil C.
Who? Oh.
Now, it looks like Robin is with a music legend who actually is irreplaceable. Is that who I think
Yeah,
it
it's
is, Robin?
Jesus, right?
Absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus, I almost can't believe you're here. How have you been?
Please don't do this again, me. Oh my god.
People's every now and then makes them feel close to me.
Right, yes.
And to be close is to be human. And to be human is to be apart. Oh, that was good, write that down. Hey, Rachel, write that one down.
It's good to see you've done so well for yourself.
Thank you, my child. You know, I have you to thank.
I'm always
for that.
staying on the move
Was
button
never for
now.
your show supporting me and my music. I never would have transcended.
Now, there are rumours going around
Yeah,
that
that's
you
why.
might be running for office. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
fuck me
But
if
you're aware that elections have been suspended in the territories.
No, I'm not running to be no prime minister.
Oh, you're not?
No.
please.
I'm gonna be king of the moon.
King of the Moon?
Yes.
No, sorry. You're running for King of the Moon?
No, not running. It's my birthright.
And does this have anything to do with promoting your upcoming hip opera, Jason Space?
Hush now. Cynicism is so unmoon.
Okay. And how long will this last? Will it go the way of last year's Living as a Mouse fiasco? Or maybe
you can't focus on anything else than this.
to ventriloquist beats?
I don't make the moon rules. I merely live by them.
So,
Please! I got red again because it moved. Shitty.
I don't believe in film. Thou shalt keep thine image still unholy. That's track 4, Jesus Christ Megastar.
Okay. Thank you for your time and good luck with your new life in space.
And with you, my child.
You can't focus on anything. They're talking as well there. I'm gonna later check this out, this interview.
Well, Megan, that's what success looks like. I'm gonna see if we can grab someone else to have a chat. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Oh, go on, try me.
Well,
That's something.
Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right, I don't like your opinions. But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
Megan is the same awful
We're
kind.
on the edges of our seats, Megan, except we're standing. I apologise if I get overexcited, but any moment now, we're going to meet with the cast.
What
of
happened
the
with Robin or
hottest
Robbie?
new
I don't know
TV
what his
show.
name was.
It's on every
What happened to him?
Saturday night. Have you guessed it? Yes, it's Big Chris's House of Chris's. And here's the man himself.
Obviously.
Big Chris, hello!
Hey!
It's good to see you, Big Chris. We love your show.
Oh, thanks, mate. It's really good to be here.
And are you excited for the automated?
Oh, yeah. I mean...
Come on!
All right, just 1 sec. Sorry, that's impatient Chris and rude Chris.
Fuck off. Are the other Chris's here as well?
Yeah, some of them couldn't make it, but some of the boys are here. Hello, we've got Push Chris, Quiet Chris, and Remorseful Chris.
No, I skipped into the red.
Pocket Chris is around here somewhere, but I haven't seen him in ages.
What about Chris Reloaded?
Oh no, he's not. He couldn't make it. But Chris 2 Electric Boogaloo's here. Yeah. Oh Jesus Christ! It's Mormon Chris.
Hello.
Hi. Have you seen Cardboard Chris? There he is. Oi.
Look, I wouldn't normally ask this, but spill the gossip. Is there anyone in the cast you don't get on with?
Wow, everyone would think it would be Killer Chris, but he's all right. Yeah, he's really into crosswords. I think it'll
No.
probably be.
Oh, as if that was red again.
Or Disco Chris.
I don't get it, you know. I make it better, but then it automatically makes it worse. You know what I mean?
Celeb insight there.
Oh shit, I better go actually before Sheriff Chris and Chris Beard fall out again. Oh no, I'm sorry, I've got to go. Too late. Sorry. I'll see you.
Okay,
soon.
at least I was.
Thank you, Big Chris.
Least frequencies fixed.
Megan, no, I've
Cool, another 5 more minutes, half time to fixing the signal all the time.
I'm sure they'll love the movie. What a pleasure to meet with such varied and talented stars. Megan.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night. They certainly know how to make an entrance, I hope. And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Horsey in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note, in a review which ends with the words, and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through.
I think so far the show has been pretty good. First segment has been B, and so far, look at this, where we are. Pretty good, huh?
Pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months, but let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Thanks, Megan. Well, will you settle for the territory's most eligible bachelor? 5 years
Okay, this might be the
ago,
last segment, I don't know.
Unknown. Then a series of incredible performances in acclaimed productions from Hamlet's Jam to
I know
the
it will happen any
furious
second.
life of Algernon Ding Dong made him the most wanted man in drama. He's been voted sexiest man under 25 for 3 successive years. Now, let's see if he'll talk to the NNN. Excuse me, Mr. Saxon, Steve, have you got a moment to spare to talk to the NNN?
He's just making out with his girl.
Hi, the NNN. You know, your show gave me my first chance at an audience. The raw me, Steve 1.0.
I remember. Even
Yeah, there we
then,
go.
Everyone could see there was something so special about you. The whole thing is burned into my mind.
Where? Where doesn't it work? Where?
Are you going to introduce us to your date?
But of course, this
I'm
is...
Charlotte Winstanley Hamilton. I was in Hey Friendship too. You know, that scene you burned into your mind. I was in that.
No. Sorry. Don't remember you at all. Are you sure you were in that?
Yes, I was the pretty one.
I lost because it was moving so fast.
Well, if you say so, Steve. So it's been a big year for you. I believe you've been tackling the Bard.
Yeah, so I've been working with an enfant terrible called Quentin Sucker Punch. We've been doing all the Shakespeares.
Crikey, all of them.
Yeah, so we shoot one a week. I play all the parts, so I learn them at the weekend and then we shoot them naked in his steam room. The lighting in there is really good.
Sorry, did you say naked?
Yeah, well,
No.
he is. I'm in a
No,
variety
I lost to Red again.
An old theatrical tradition.
I had a single out. It was called Look at Me.
And you did that advert, didn't you, babe?
Is that your dental floss?
And the sex tape, of course.
Steve! I don't like to talk about that. Although apparently it's available for $11.99 everywhere. Just ask your newsagent.
So, what is your favourite Shakespeare play then, Steve?
Ooh, I like the wordy one.
It's starting soon. I'm going to miss the trailers, and we haven't even got any popcorn yet.
She'll be here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late.
It's such a pretentious world. Nearly real life. Not as pretentious.
Now, of course, I remember you from that legendary first appearance.
Really? Her too?
You were such a serious little thing. You had that horrible sister.
Yes, that was me. I'm the horrible sister.
Don't be so hard on yourself, babe. Looks are really important.
Thanks, Steve.
So, what have you been up to, Harriet?
Actually, last year I was overseas bringing art to the starving children from outside the territories.
Oh my god, the red thing for a millisecond again, that sucks.
And,
Anyways, we got a
now
few.
I'm in an experimental physical theatre piece about the existential angst of Wicker.
Amazing. So, arts.
We do it above a pub on Thursdays.
I was also the girl who got murdered in the bath in Night Slasher 3.
Haven't seen it.
But she was brilliant.
Thanks, Steve.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Stop! The frequency was I lost one. That sucks. That's a personal assault.
You were so selfish.
Please.
We've got to go.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much for talking with us and enjoy.
Oh my god.
I love the NNN.
I love you guys.
30 seconds? Okay, that was definitely the last.
My God, Megan, I can't believe that. Steve Saxon, Harriet Winstanley Hamilton, and someone else, can't remember her name for the life of me. I'm too starstruck, if I'm honest. I think I've just come. Back to you, Megan.
What the fuck?
Robin, lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The Automated opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, eh, Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back after these messages. I still go to the cinema.
You should get yourself a video recorder, like the one at the home.
Yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No unevens chatting and chewing all the way through.
Oh, what about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public? What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better? All right, you are. I've got to get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something.
I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
My God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
And just like you wish she wouldn't.
Segment grade B, we're fine. Dude, if we get another B, that's gonna be hella sick. I don't need to replay.
We seem to be a bit bunched up at the end.
Oh, don't worry. It's Soko.
It's what now?
It's...
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello. Hi.
And this is her... this is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie. Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room.
Whatever.
Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room? Hmm?
No.
No what?
No. Thank you.
Okay. And sit up straight. You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
No, co.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls
Do I need to switch
and
here?
I Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get
I
this
do.
right. It's Nolan.
I write
Yeah.
the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
Dude, I'm always switching behind the screen because it's switching so fast.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's Soko, Preeti.
He's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Gross.
And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
That was shit.
It stands for team player.
I immediately got absolutely deleted.
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Prodance was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co, Ronnie.
Yeah, no co, Ronnie.
Dude, I'm switching behind the shot
The
always.
opposite of Soko.
Fuck's sake. Soko.
Yeah.
So cohesive. You preties say cool.
Right, okay. Thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So, you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
Just keep it without
How
the
did
E.
that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges.
He never spoke, literally. What the fuck?
Yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
it's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
Oh, did I get... Oh my god,
So
it was a
every week on the show,
millisecond too
we
long
get these
again.
bands And they give them a song that the producer just found.
Got the
They've
red,
been
got the
somewhere.
red
Actually, I
rating
write
for a
the song.
second there.
And
Which gave me
the
down.
public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah?
Mum.
What?
No-co. Pretty. So no-co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
What, you mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go-Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
Thought you were Soko.
Yeah, I am so good.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's
is,
a pretty, Mum?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you preties.
Uneven.
Mimis.
Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Little Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously.
Mimi. Hell yeah.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co pricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
SoCo, Stacey. SoCo.
We've all
Cool.
learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show
What's with the guy who wanted to take over my job then again? What's happened to him?
That's right, we're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools, lads.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you
Ah, there's no cam I can literally take.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart.
Okay, well, 8 minutes.
Are you excited?
So far, it hasn't gone terribly
Not for
wrong.
me, no.
Wasn't terribly good,
I
but
only
hey.
listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore.
I can't switch anywhere.
Music
Oh yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh? Keep the shot on whoever
Okay.
is currently singing the lead vocal.
I saw you standing by the man you sent with a brand new pair of Lakers, baby. Do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart.
Okay, so far, okay.
Wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka and stang. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces.
Dude, it turns red instantly. That's not fine.
I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven
Dude, that switched to red so fast.
picture as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cry. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay. You make me crazy.
Okay, that's gonna get me furious. But I couldn't. I switched to a red scene accidentally because it was green just before. This should be illegal. Green to red switch.
We sat there shaking all the way through incisors. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote
Okay.
our personal story.
But so far it isn't terrible. But still, this green to red turn on is not fine.
I didn't know that life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them there, the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride.
What do they mean with ×1 only? What should I have done?
As my old man used to say, blow me want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today.
I don't get the bonus points.
And now I'm staring at your membership card. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the
That was shit.
pieces of my heart and leave them in the uneven parts. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside.
It's switching this green to red still. It turned yellow and exactly the second. Always when it turned there. Good turn. Green to red instantly though. Shit. Okay, well that was acceptable. Acceptable. Viewers. For the viewers.
Best of luck. Thank you for coming in.
3 minutes 40
Now
though,
it's
so.
almost time for
So the segment
final
isn't
thoughts
over yet.
tonight.
But we still have two
And I've
things we
actually
could fill.
asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now I have no idea what she's
Only
going to
one?
say. So fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case. Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put
No.
that in there. Anyway.
Please don't do this. Please don't say any
I
swear
don't
words while I
watch
do
the
this.
news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so anyway.
Senza
I'm going
tetto.
to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected 6 years ago, I was 9 and in a home. Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad.
Yeah, what's
Drugs
up
and
with that?
alcohol were
Oh.
everywhere.
That just disappeared.
No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of... Some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff. Okay.
But actually she talks real talk
Not
here,
all
huh?
of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. We had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical
Really?
instruments and video
Well,
games.
Advance still nuked 6
Most of
cities
the
though,
staff
didn't
were
they?
Fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The
Minute
bullying
30.
stopped. Life,
Till
my
ad break.
life, got better. Because finally, there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer. But what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of
Okay.
your own who love you.
But she kind of makes a compelling argument,
And
huh?
I'll never have that. So
No,
maybe you should
how?
just
I didn't want to
reverse
switch.
into
Ah, this
of
totally ruined the
everything
show.
this amazing
Fuck.
government does and realise
Skrak.
it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Thank you, Stacey.
No, I'm not doing that.
My name's Megan Wolf. Let's keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Ed, where did I just get a downvote for?
Yes, that was more
What did I
than
just get a
all
downvote for?
right.
A downvote?
You might have actually given them something to
A
think
bad.
about.
So I guess
A negative.
you're going to be taking me back to the home now then.
I was thinking we could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options, if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
Thank you.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
She's growing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
Broadcast D? For what? I did an absolutely premium job. Okay. That's just gonna give me a C. I thought I was gonna get a B. And it throws me like this. Look at D. We went from all the way from 80 all the way to 95 and then down to 90, but still. All offensive words were censored, an interference-free show, and exceedingly poor edit. Because of this thing at the end here. Kidding me. Where I accidentally pressed the button. This get me the D instead of the B here. We played one advert too late, well, a millisecond too late. Advanced concerned about language. Disrupt effectively silenced. You have received your full wage. Still broke as poor. Nothing changed in share then. Look how far, by the way, this is. Do I even want to look through all of them? Do I want to? What does time say? I do not want to assess the time. Alright, then I guess the time is right. Yeah, thank you for watching. I thought I would get through a bit. Doesn't appear though. Jesus, is that music loud? Okay. I'm really gonna turn that down now. Not gonna leave on that for a while, but just so I can do this outro. Thank you for watching, for whoever who watched. I still don't think this is the best thing to play on stream, but well, that's just what it is for now. I find it extremely interesting. I hope you two do too, at least some of you, and well, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Until then, make it good. Follow, like, subscribe, and as always, make it good.